네, 한 번 더 안내드리겠습니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스 곧 진행될 예정입니다. 천천히 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the conference will begin shortly. Please be seated. Thank you. 네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 지금
May I have your attention, please? Shifting the economic paradigm to reignite growth conference will begin shortly. I'm your MC and I'm Moon Sori, and I would like to thank everybody for joining us today. Today's conference is a meaningful event jointly hosted by KDI and NRC for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences with the support of NRC Committee for National Future Strategies. We hope this conference will serve as a meaningful platform to jointly examine the cultural growth challenges facing our economy and share profound insight on the future growth path. First of all, we are deeply honored to welcome Professor Peter Howitt, recipient of 2025 Nobel Prize in Economic Science. We are also pleased to be joined by many distinguished experts from academia and the policy community. Thank you very much. And let us now kick off the opening ceremony for Shifting the Economic Paradigm to Reignite Growth conference.
박수로
Thank you very much for successfully launching the opening ceremony. First and foremost, I would like to invite Chairman Lee Han-ju of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences to deliver opening remarks. Please welcome Chairman Lee with a big hand.
존경하는
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Deputy Prime Minister Koo Yoon-chol, Governor Shin Hyun-sung of the Bank of Korea, Senior Secretary for Economic Growth Ha Jung-kyung, President Kim Se-jik of the Korea Development Institute for joining us today, and thank all the distinguished guests and business leaders joining us today. Above all, on behalf of the NRC, I warmly welcome Professor Peter Howitt, the recipient of 2025 Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences, who have traveled a long distance to be with us today. If I may summarize in one sentence the reason why we are gathered here today, it is because the time has come for the Korean economy to find a new path forward. Over the past several decades, the Korean economy has achieved a remarkable period of compressed growth. Korea transformed itself from an aid recipient to an aid donor country, from the ruins of war into a nation proudly exporting semiconductors, automobiles, and ships to the global market. It was a historic achievement few countries have ever accomplished. However, the engine that has once drove this extraordinary growth is no longer as powerful as before. Korea's potential growth rate continues to decline, and if this is left unaddressed, we may soon face the reality of zero economic growth. Then what has happened? It is because it is time for us to look back on the growth model that we have relied on so far. A strategy based on heavy capital investment, labor input, and rapidly catching up with advanced economies is no longer sufficient. Due to low birth rates and population aging, the working age population is shrinking, and the technological gap between Korea and advanced economies has nearly disappeared. The era of growing simply by quickly learning from others is now over. What Korea now needs is growth driven by creativity and innovation, growth that creates something entirely new on its own. At this very moment, however, another profound transformation is approaching us, the technological revolution represented by AI and robotics. This change will fundamentally reshape every aspect of our society, including industry, labor, and education. Whether this becomes a crisis or is an opportunity depends on how we prepare and respond to our future. There is a special reason why Professor Howitt's remarks are especially valuable to us at this moment of great transformation. Throughout his career, he has devoted his research to understanding how innovation becomes the driving force of economic growth. He has rigorously analyzed through the lens of economics how the process of creative destruction described by Schumpeter, where the old collapses and the new takes its place, leads a national long-term growth. As we reflect today on the path of AI, I believe his insights will serve not only as a theoretical compass, but also as a highly practical wisdom. Today's dialogue with Senior Secretary of Economic Growth Ha Jung-kyung will also be a meaningful opportunity to show how academic discussion can connect to the language of policy. The NRC has brought together 26 government-funded research institutes across the field of economics, humanities, and social sciences carrying out interdisciplinary research to shape national agenda. Today's conference stands as an extension of this mission. I sincerely hope this gathering will become not merely a one-time event, and I hope that insights and experience of everyone gathered here today will become a valuable foundation for opening a new path forward for our economy. Thank you very much, Chairman Lee Han-ju, for the wonderful opening remarks to launch this conference. We'll now hear the welcoming remarks from President Kim Se-jik of the Korea Development Institute. For welcoming remarks, please welcome him with a big hand.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm President Kim Se-jik of KDI, Korea Development Institute. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Deputy Prime Minister Koo Yoon-chol, who is also Minister of Finance and Economy, Governor Shin Hyun-song of Bank of Korea, Senior Secretary for Economic Growth Ha Jung-kyung, Chairperson Lee Han-ju of NRC, and all distinguished participants from academia, government, and industry for joining us today. And to Professor Peter Howitt, the guest of honor today, thank you very much. And also Mrs. Howitt, thank you so much for being with us despite your busy schedule. My very special gratitude goes to both of you. It is a great honor for KDI to welcome a scholar who has devoted his life to explore the mechanisms of innovation and growth through creative destructions and who has achieved such a remarkable accomplishment. Since its establishment in 1971, KDI has worked alongside the Korean economy for more than half a century, beginning with a strategic research that supported Korea's rapid growth for over 8% annually for 3 decades starting in 1960s. KDI has continued to present policy direction for economic recovery through major crises, including 1997 Asian financial crisis and 2007 global crisis. Today, faced with a new and serious challenge of zero growth crisis, we are seeking new growth strategy for the Korean economy, and this conference marks an important part of that effort. Once again, I'm sure that we will be able to get insights from you. Over the past 30 years, the Korean economy has experienced what may be called as, quote, 1 percentage point decline every 5 years, unquote, with a long-term growth rate steadily falling by 1% point every 5 years. Now, growth in 0% range is becoming a realistic threat. This prolonged decline in growth is intensifying distributional conflicts and, above all, rapidly weakening the dynamism of our society, as well as opportunities and hopes of future generations. Ultimately, the issue of growth is directly tied to the survival of our economy and society. The essence of this crisis lies in the fact that the growth engine of the past no longer function as they once did. Short-term stimulus measures aimed to boost aggregate demand may produce temporary rebounds, but they cannot fundamentally resolve the decline in long-term growth. What we need now is real growth. Real growth does not mean short-term recovery or temporary rebound in growth rate. It means raising the long-term growth rate itself and sustaining it over time. To achieve this, we must reignite supply-side growth engine through technological innovations and the accumulation of creative human capital based on structural reform in various fields. The starting point of all these efforts is innovative ideas, the very core of new technology. It is difficult to stop the decline in growth by merely making incremental adjustment to existing system. Innovative ideas that go beyond the conventional thinking and look at problems in new way are the starting point of new growth engine that make technological innovation and real growth possible. Every innovative technology begins with someone's idea, and the same is true for innovative policy. In this regard, KDI is working to build the infrastructural environment in which innovative policy ideas, including the National Idea Registration System and KDI Policy Idea Registration System, can be freely proposed and developed, and today's conference is also part of that effort. In this context, Professor Howitt's keynote presentation carries special significance, and also dialogue with Senior Secretary Ha Jung-kyung is very meaningful. The Schumpeterian growth theory that was established, explaining how creative destructions and innovation become the driving force of long-term growth, will serve as an invaluable theoretical compass in designing Korea's strategy for real growth under the visions of moving from imitation to creation. In session 1 today, we will examine the present and future of innovation-led growth, while session 2 will discuss with the government the directions of structural reforms needed to support it. Ensuring that innovative research and policy ideas lead to actual institutional change and become engine of growth. That is why KDI is here today. KDI will continue to take the idea in presenting innovative policy ideas for real growth and will do its utmost to become a creative think tank that builds a new growth engine for the growth Korean economy. I hope today's conference with Professor Peter Howitt, a leading scholar in innovation economy, will be remembered as a meaningful milestone in reversing the Korean economy's declining growth trend. And I once again extend my sincere gratitude to everyone joining us today. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 한국
Thank you very much, President Kim Se-jik of KDI, for reminding us of the importance of today's conference. Last but not least, we will hear congratulatory remarks by Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance. Please welcome His Excellency with a big round of applause.
예,
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you. I'm Koo Yoon-chul, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance. First of all, I would like to thank Chairman Lee Han-ju of the National Research Council and President Kim Se-jik of KDI for organizing this conference, and in particular, all the way from North Carolina, who has traveled for more than 20 hours with a jet lag. I would like to express my special appreciation to Professor Peter Howitt, recipient of 2025 Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences, and Mrs. Patricia Howitt. Thank you very much for joining us today. Distinguished guests, and also we are joined by Mr. Shin Hong-sok and everybody, all the members from NRC. It's a great pleasure to meet you all today. The economic paradigm for reversing the trend of economic growth, what we have to do. I'm very pleased to say that we might find the answer to that question today. With Professor Peter Howitt, Nobel Prize Laureate, I'm sure he will give us words of advice from his wisdom and expertise. Let us show off what's happening with the Korean economy. In the fourth quarter of this year, the growth rate recorded 1.7%. And when I met Deputy Prime Minister of China, I told him, he asked me what's the growth rate of Korea, and I told him that we have grown 1.7% in the fourth quarter of this year, and he said China has grown by 4%, and I asked him, is it real term or nominal? And he answered nominal, and I asked him, what's your real term economic growth? And then he didn't want to talk about this anymore because their real-term economic growth is lower than ours. So we need to definitely continue this momentum. And I think this conference comes at a very opportune time for us to look for the clue to do this. And in January and February this year, our export did phenomenal. Of course, it was led by semiconductors, but it's one of the top 5 in the world. We have surpassed Japan with our export numbers, which is a historical milestone for our economy. So how can we continue to extend such a streak for the Korean economy? And we shouldn't just depend on semiconductors. We need to provide a strong ground for other industries to grow as well. And achieving balanced growth across industries, I believe, is the biggest challenge confronting our society. So the Korean government is keenly looking for the second, third growth momentum. And the Korean government, in that regard, in the wake of the Iranian war, we believe that we really need to resolve some of the chronic issues of the Korean economy and how we are going to have a stable supply chain to underpin our economy is one of our key priorities. And if we depend on a certain region too much or certain industries too much, is this really sustainable? So we really have to look for transformative approaches. And as President Kim Se-jik has said, our growth rate potential continues to decline. We really need to reverse this trend and upturn our growth potential. It's not a matter of can we do it, we have to do it. It's a path that must be traveled. Then how should we travel this path? We really need to turn around our growth potential through green transformation and ultra innovation economy. We need to create another industry that surpasses the competitiveness of semiconductor industry, and I have every confidence that we can do that. And in that regard, we really need to pull out all the stops to reverse the trend of our real economic growth. We need an economic paradigm shift that can really reverse our growth potential. Then, building on that, with the inauguration of Lee Jae-myung administration, he's doing a superb job for our nation. And it's a high time that we need to tackle some of the structural issues like financial innovation, public innovation, deregulation. We need to go beyond that. We need to create infrastructure and global standards across all aspects of our society. And there are innovations that we have not been able to tackle so far. And if we can really tackle them head on this time, I'm sure we can become an economy that takes center stage in the global community. In that regard, the Korean economy is no longer what it used to be. It's going to be an envy of the global community, receiving spotlight and attention around the world, and other nations will be amazed about what Korea has done and how it has done. And I look forward to the speaker and discussants today for sharing their insight. Once again, I would like to thank Professor Peter Howitt for visiting Korea this time. And I wish all the participants today can share and gain insight into how we can upturn this trend of declining growth potential. And I'll be the person who puts our agreement into action. I don't want to give you any sense of burden, but if you can share as much information as possible, that would be greatly appreciated. Throughout history, this is a time that will be a major turning point. Are we going to pull off a humdrum and achieve upturn, or are we going to be stuck in the downturn cycle? It's going to be a very important period for the Korean economy, and with your support, I will do my best to build great Korean economy. One more time, I wish you all the luck and happiness. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다. 이 대한민국
Thank you very much. His Excellency Gu Yun-chul, Deputy Prime Minister, has shared his future vision for the Korean economy. Thank you very much one more time. This concludes the opening ceremony, and before we go on with the program, we would like to have a commemorative photo session before we start the keynote presentation. So I would like to ask the speakers and panelists to join us on the stage for a photo.
keynote speech, we would like to take a commemorative photograph with our distinguished speakers and panelists and the host for this conference. Would you please come forward? 네, 앞쪽으로 모시겠습니다. 저희 연구진께서 함께 안내를 해드리겠습니다.
So please find our guide and staff come up to the stage, and please join us for a photo session on the stage with Professor Peter Howitt, Nobel Laureate. We look forward to listening and sharing his insights today. So I hope you can stay with us throughout today so that we can also hear from Korean economic experts about the future path of the Korean economy and its innovation. And with Professor Howitt and the center, we are all going to take a picture together. I think we are ready.
Camera, let's take a photo. 3, 2, 1. Show us a little smile one more time. 3, 2, 1. 그리고 박수를 치면서 한 번 더 사진 촬영할까요?
Let us put our hands together.
Round of applause to take a commemorative photograph. 3, 2, 1. 네, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. We'd like to invite your seats back. Please return your seats. 네, 천천히 이동해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 모두 자리하시는 대로 저희 기조 세션이
We will start the keynote session as soon as everyone is seated, and the keynote presentation will be delivered in English. If you need simultaneous interpretation services, please use the receivers on your table and turn to channel 1 for Korean translation.
will be presiding over in only English. So to our Korean participants, please wear the receivers placed on your table. Channel 1 is for Korean. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 이제 오늘 특별 강연이 진행.
Now we will start the special keynote presentation. We'll talk about what kind of innovation Korea must lead for the future of the Korean economy. The pace of technology is accelerating, and at this point in time, we shouldn't just accept a new technology. We need to continue to connect it to a sustainable economy and sustainable growth.
The Honorable Professor Peter Howitt, 2025 Nobel Laureate in Economic Sciences. So he will deliver us his presentation on the path for Korea's innovation-led growth in the age of AI and robotics. So everyone, please join me in welcoming one of the world's most distinguished Nobel Laureates in economics, Professor Peter Howitt, with a big round of applause.
Well, thank you very much. I am really privileged and honored to be here addressing you. I am thrilled to see that Korea is starting to follow the kinds of pro-growth, innovation-based growth policies that I have been advocating for many years. I don't think there's a country in the world that is doing it more thoroughly and better than Korea. And I'm pleased to be here in such a wonderful city. And I wish I had been here many years ago, but this is my first time, and I hope it's not my last time. What I'm going to talk about today is the theory of creative destruction. I should have mentioned already that this theory is something that I have worked out over the years jointly with my longtime collaborator and fellow Nobel Laureate Philippe Aghion, who I first met in 1987, and we immediately began working on operationalizing some of Schumpeter's ideas of creative destruction, and I think we've learned a great deal about the growth process since then. And I'd like to talk about how that relates to some of the problems facing the Korean economy nowadays. But I just wanted to mention that although there are some problems facing the Korean economy, I think the future is very bright here. So I hope that you don't take the wrong impression from what I've got to say. Things could always be better, and there are always dangers to be faced, and that's what I want to talk about. The theory of creative destruction is pretty simple. It was first enunciated by Joseph Schumpeter back in 1942 in his famous book, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy. But it wasn't until Philippe and I got together that it was made operational, that we had a mathematical model of it that could be fit together with mainstream economic theory and used to test hypotheses and measure the size of different effects and see how growth is affected by various things. The essence of it is that, first of all, innovations don't just fall like manna from heaven. They are motivated by the prospect of monopoly profits, and we must respect that profit motive if we are going to have successful innovations. The second part of it is that not everyone gains immediately from the innovations that drive economic growth, and that's because of the factor of obsolescence. New innovations bring in new technologies. They're the source of increasing well-being that ultimately everyone is going to enjoy. But at first, when they come, they also render older technologies obsolete. That means that other firms that are dependent upon those technologies, are producing goods that are becoming obsolete, may go bankrupt. They may close their plants. Workers may lose their jobs. People whose skills are dependent upon the old technologies becoming obsolete will also find that their human capital has been devalued. And it's this conflict between the winners from new technologies and the losers that really lies at the heart of economic growth. How it's resolved goes a long way towards explaining whether a country is going to grow successfully and how rapidly it will grow. And as we've learned more and more as we've pursued our studies of creative destruction, there is a fundamental dilemma that creative destruction presents, and that is that the young firms, the startups, the disruptive innovators that bring in really revolutionary new technologies and end up replacing the previous incumbents who had been part of the status quo, eventually themselves become incumbents and part of the status quo. And they, as their predecessors had, will try to resist being replaced by the next wave of creative destruction. And there are two ways that you can avoid being replaced by the next wave of creative destruction. You can keep innovating yourself and stay ahead of the upstarts, Or you can try to suppress their innovations by making it difficult, by engaging in creating patent thickets, or preemptive mergers, or influencing regulators, and so on. And it's really very important that we keep those previously successful innovators who've become incumbents active. It's difficult for them to do so because, excuse me, they face what Kenneth Arrow once called the replacement effect. That is to say, a young upstart that creates new technologies with new possibilities will benefit from that. They'll create some losses, but those aren't their losses. So their incentive to innovate is not at all affected by those losses. Whereas an incumbent firm that's already producing and earning profits from previous technologies has to realize that, yes, they'll get a benefit from producing something better or something more efficiently, but that will just replace what they had before. Their benefit will be just the incremental value of the new technology, not the whole thing. So it's difficult for incumbents to keep up, and that's one of the fundamental dilemmas of creative destruction. So what's this got to do with Korea? As I see it, there are 4 key challenges facing Korea that I think our theory has something to say about. There is the ongoing and emerging threat of creative destruction that everybody can see from artificial intelligence that seems to be disrupting the way things are done throughout the entire economic system. There's rising protectionism and uncertainty in the global economy that's especially important for an export-oriented economy like Korea's. Korea faces some demographic challenges. They're not the only country in the world. In fact, most countries in the world are facing declining fertility rates, declining population growth rates, even negative population growth rates. But it's particularly severe in Korea. And finally, there is the middle income trap, the fact that you can grow for a long time if you start well behind the global technology frontier simply through learning what other people have done, building very large-scale manufacturing facilities, taking advantage perhaps of low wages in your country so that you can produce at a lower cost than elsewhere, and then selling around the world. And Korea and various other countries have been extremely successful in that respect. But as Alexander Gerschenkron once pointed out, this, what he called advantage of backwardness, disappears when you are so successful that you approach the world technology frontier in many sectors, as Korea has done. The policies and institutions that were particularly successful in catch-up growth are not necessarily the policies and institutions that are most useful for pushing the technology frontier ahead. And so those are the 4 things that I want to talk about, and in particular to talk about what the theory of creative destruction sheds light on them. So first, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the latest of what we call a general purpose technology, a new revolutionary technology that doesn't just affect productivity in one sector or a few sectors, but really changes fundamentally the way we do things throughout the entire economic system, and is going to have profound disruptive effects. We've, over the brief history of economic growth, remember economic growth, although technology has been improving throughout human history over the millennia, it's only resulted in successful, sustained long-run economic growth for the past 200 years or so. And over that brief period of a couple of hundred years, we've seen a succession of very important and disruptive general-purpose technologies, from the steam engine, through electrification, through the second industrial revolution, through the computer revolution, the telecom revolution, and so on. And now we have artificial intelligence. All of these involved a lot of creative destruction, a lot of disruption of the existing economic order. So we have a little bit of a history to guide us into what's going to be happening. Not a lot. We have small numbers, so we can't be tremendously confident in what's happened. But all of these, so far, these general-purpose technologies have had a similar pattern. When they first arrive, it's quite apparent that they're going to transform economic life throughout the system. And it's also apparent that the new technologies have the possibility of replacing human labor with various devices, whether they're mechanical or electrical or whatever. And it's led a lot of economists, including some of the best economists in history, from Ricardo through Keynes through Paul Samuelson, to predict that technology is going to result in long-term unemployment and low wages. But those predictions, so far, have always proved to be wrong. Because what new general-purpose technologies bring is not just the destruction of some old jobs, but the creation of new jobs, the creation of new occupations, new tasks, new professions that had never even been dreamed of before. The kind of jobs that people can do now in a world where 150 years ago it took half the population in advanced economies to be working on the farm just to feed us all, would have been unimaginable 150 years ago. You couldn't imagine people earning a living having an auto repair shop or flying airplanes, being a flight attendant, operating computers, becoming a blogger, or there are all sorts of things that are opened up by new technologies that are downstream innovations from this general purpose technology that ultimately defeat the predictions of the pessimists who think that we're going to have a large-scale disruption of labor markets forever. It's not forever. The big question, of course, is right now, will artificial intelligence enhance or replace labor? To some extent, it's going to do a little bit of both. I think anybody that is familiar at all with a chatbot, or particularly with some agentic AI models, will realize that it makes them much more productive. It can perform routine cognitive tasks much faster than many people, than humans can do. Unfortunately, it's also error-prone. So it's not as fast as you might think if you're going to do it properly and make sure you don't make big, costly mistakes. But it's going to make people more productive, even people at the lower end of the human capital distribution. People at the higher end already have a lot of their routine cognitive tasks done for them by other people. So new professions will arise, but it's going to be it's going to be a very rapid process. And it's also going to be speeding up the process of innovation and speeding up the potential growth rate of an economy. So what can we do about these various challenges? Well, for one thing, I think that education is a sector of the economy that has historically been among the least innovative. And I think we're going to need a lot of educational innovation. It's particularly worrisome that it seems that a lot of entry-level jobs in industry are disappearing and being replaced by artificial intelligence. It's not yet clear just to what extent this is actually happening and to what extent artificial intelligence is being blamed for layoffs that might otherwise have been taking place, but it's clearly a threat because especially in small corporations, it's costly to engage in worker training when those workers may leave and the benefits from that training would be enjoyed by other firms. It's tempting to offload a lot of those jobs that new entrants would be doing to artificial intelligence. But that means that a lot of people won't be learning the ropes and acquiring the kind of tacit knowledge that is so important as you work your way up through an industry and learn how things are done. A lot of that's going to have to be done within universities. And education at all levels is going to have to deal with the fact that students are going to find it so easy to substitute their own learning and their own thought processes by relying on chatbots. It's going to be a difficult, but I think not insoluble problem. And I think it's going to require some close cooperation between industry and academia, for industry to identify where the new jobs are going to be created, what new technologies are really ready for prime time, and universities who will have to be, I think, more adept at changing their curricula to realize this. And this will have to be coordinated at the government level. Another policy that I think is very important is the Danish flex security system, something that I'm very impressed by. In Denmark, if someone is laid off by a firm, the firm faces no penalties, unlike in most other European countries where it's very difficult to lay off workers. So they have the flexibility to adapt new technologies that might require them to lay off workers. But if they do, and they can testify that that was the reason for the layoff, the government will offer up to 90% of the person's previous wage for a couple of years, provided that the person undertakes training for jobs that will be in demand under the new technological regime. It's something that sounds very expensive, but the Danes have managed to do it in a fiscally responsible way, and I think it's, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Denmark is the country among developed countries where people are least afraid of new technologies such as AI. I think it's something that's worth copying. Of course, it's very important for governments to have a national investment strategy for AI. Every country has to find its own niche in the global AI system, and it will be different for different countries. And again, this is going to require some coordination between universities and businesses. A lot of academic expertise is going to be required. And academia has a lot to gain from experience with business. And again, it needs central coordination. And of course, we have tremendous energy demands that are being created by artificial intelligence that are going to require us to keep up progress in alternative energy sources. And finally, I might say that artificial intelligence is going to accelerate the trend that already exists of declining employment in the manufacturing sector in general. Now, if you can continue to find new sectors in which you're world leaders, you can defer this problem for some time. But even in China, which has become the manufacturing powerhouse of the world, and where manufacturing output continues to grow at a very rapid rate, the total manufacturing output actually peaked 13 years ago. And manufacturing employment, although manufacturing output is now 30% higher than it was then, manufacturing employment is actually 10% lower. And I don't think there's any stopping this trend. Artificial intelligence, if anything, is just going to accelerate that trend. So I think that a lot of the new jobs that are going to have to be found are going to have to be outside of the manufacturing sector and in various service sectors. And I think that's something that has to be taken into account very seriously. Well, the next problem that I wanted to talk about was rising protectionism. And of course, it didn't start with U.S. tariffs. It started with COVID, the disruption in the international trading order. Global supply chains were broken. It helped contribute to inflation in a lot of countries. It was part of the reason that COVID was such an economic problem around the world. And there's going to be the uncertainty. Even after the present regime disappears in the United States, things aren't just going to go back to normal. A lot of people will have formed new trading alliances. The world will be somewhat different. It might be better than now, but it's not going to be the same as it always was. And international trade is one of the most important inputs into creative destruction, largely through what we call the scale effect. An innovator needs to earn a profit from taking their innovation and marketing it. The bigger the market that it can serve, the bigger the reward to the innovation. So when you restrict trade, you restrict the size of the market that a lot of people can capture with an innovation, and that blunts the incentive to innovation. So international trade is really critical for that. It's also critical for the whole process of learning about foreign technologies, which is important even for developed countries that are pushing back the frontier in some sectors. There are always going to be sectors where they're somewhat behind the frontier, and the more international trade you do, the more consumers will learn about foreign technology when they see these foreign-produced goods, and the more domestic producers will also learn about those new technologies and be able to catch up to the frontier. And finally, it's important because one of the key determinants of economic growth that we have discovered by operationalizing Schumpeter's ideas is competition. It's really important to have vigorous competition because that, among all, is what keeps technology leaders innovating. They're unable to rest on their laurels because of the threat of being replaced by competitors. Countries that protect domestic incumbents with high tariffs don't have a good track record. A lot of people have produced what I find quite persuasive arguments to the effect that the reason why Argentina is no longer one of the richest countries in the world, which it was 100 years ago, is because of its policy of putting up protective tariffs to defend national champions. That insulates them from competition and gives them less incentive to innovate. One of the reasons I think that America has lost its lead in electric vehicles is because it was so well protected against competition from Chinese vehicles. And of course, they weren't protected around the world where Chinese EVs are doing very well, but they were protected, but those Chinese EVs have not yet been allowed to be sold within the United States, which is the biggest market of all. So how do you deal with this rising protectionism? Well, I think you have to just rely on sort of principles of optimal risk management. You have to maintain homegrown supply chains. Any industry that is going to be successful and on the frontier needs a whole ecosystem of supporting industries. And of course, I think that's very much true right now in Korea, in the semiconductor industry and in many of the other industries where China's on the frontier. You've done a very good job of that. I think that has to be continued. I think it's important to continue with diversified trading alliances. These have to be restructured. You have to find replacements. Even if U.S. policy goes back to where it was, you never know what's going to happen. There's uncertainty in the future. You have to have a richer network of potential trading partners in case things get disrupted again, which at some point they probably will. I think another thing that is important for a country like Korea is that when I take a look at the composition of gross domestic product between government expenditures, household consumption expenditures, business investment expenditures, and net exports, consumption expenditures are quite low certainly by American or European standards, somewhere around 50% of GDP. And I think the other thing about consumption expenditures is that they are among the most stable of the expenditure categories. They don't suffer the huge ups and downs that you can get in net exports or in investment. And I think there's room for Korea to perhaps try to stimulate household consumption demand to help stabilize the economy against these disruptive international effects. Then there's demographic change. As I said before, declining population growth rates, declining fertility rates is a problem that exists in most countries in the world, countries representing somewhere around 2/3 of humanity. And we don't fully understand the reasons for this. I think Claudia Golden at Harvard, another former Nobel Laureate in economics, has some very good explanations having to do with women's liberation, with that women are have opportunities now to work in jobs that are much more fulfilling for most of them than staying at home. But there is still a problem in many countries that when they come home, they're expected to do most of the housework as well, and that the fewer children they have, the less of a burden this will be. But that's an interesting theory that I think has some support, but we can't really fully claim to understand why this has been such a problem in the 21st century, and particularly why it seems to be most severe in Korea and Taiwan and a few other Asian countries. But the problem is not, I don't think, a growth problem. It may be a fiscal problem because, of course, you need lots of young people to be working to be supporting the older retired generation, and so it puts pressure on a national pension system. But I think that even that fiscal problem is somewhat overstated, because the first effect that you have when fertility rates decline and population growth rates start decline is that you actually have a reduced dependency rate, because the real dependency rate is the ratio of people who are not working to the total population, and those people who are not working are primarily people who are retired and people who have yet to enter the labor force. So when you have fewer children, you reduce that second component of the non-working population. So it's something that is not I think a huge fiscal problem. It shouldn't be a huge fiscal problem. It's also very definitely not a growth problem. And actually, one of the things, the paper that Jun Kyung and I wrote together that was published almost 20 years ago now, was aimed at refuting the theory that you need a growing population and growing research and development input in order to keep on growing at the same rate. You don't need to have huge increases in the number of people engaged in R&D in order to continue growing at a rapid rate. What you need is creative people, highly educated people. You need to encourage people in the upper end of the human capital distribution to participate in the innovative process and give them the right incentives. But having a large population is not necessarily all that beneficial. It is true that young people tend to be somewhat more productive than old people, depending on how you define young and old. But it can be, even that can be exaggerated. This paper that I've cited here by Jones, Reedy, and Weinberg of 2014 shows pretty clearly that the degree of innovativeness of people tends to peak at around age 40. If you take a look at the patenting rate of different population subgroups, it peaks out at around age 40. It is true that the people that become most productive tend to have been exposed to the creative process at an early age, but that's when they become more productive. It's not people in their 20s, it's more people in their 40s. And I think that immigration is a problem that could be dealt with, particularly in today's environment, by changing immigration policy. This is something that there's a great deal of evidence, a lot of it done by my friend and former collaborator Ufuk Akshit and his co-authors, that shows that immigrants in the United States have an inordinate effect on the innovation process. That immigrants, on average, do much more patenting than native-born Americans within the United States, and they are particularly more likely to be producing high-impact patents, as measured by how often they're cited. And because of that, immigration is something that has the potential to increase not just the level of output, but the rate of growth. And I think at the moment, the time is ripe for attracting high human capital labor from around the world. The United States used to be the main magnet for human capital. Top scholars and scientists have all wanted to come where other top scholars and scientists are, and for a long time that's been the United States. We're at a period right now where they're having difficulty immigrating into the United States, and it's a time when I think a lot of countries should be actively pursuing those immigrants and trying to attract them to their countries so that they too could become more of a magnet for high-quality human capital, which is really such an important ingredient to the innovation process. And I think also, I may have said this before, I'm not sure, but about the least innovative sector of the economy is education. We need to modify the way we teach kids. The more we get routine cognitive tasks assigned to artificial intelligence and so on, the more we need to emphasize those skills and talents that are uniquely human, that are very difficult to replicate mechanically or electrically, and creativity is one of them. The kind of high-level human capital you need for catch-up growth emphasizes learning, dependability, reliability, the ability to comprehend large bodies of facts, factual knowledge together. It's more important later on to emphasize creativity, not to take existing knowledge as given and unchallenged, but to challenge that existing knowledge and hope that you can improve upon it and have some faith that you can improve upon it. That, of course, is one of many challenges facing education in this AI age, but I think it would go a long way towards dealing with the demographic problem. If you've got more creative young people, you don't need as many of them. And finally, there's the middle income trap. I talked already about Gershon Kron's advantage of backwardness and about how frontier innovation requires different institutions and policies than catch-up growth. And in particular, frontier innovation requires small, nimble companies, not really big ones. The kind of big ones that can engage in large-scale manufacturing and sell around the world become less and less important as you get closer to the frontier. You need tighter antitrust policy. I talked about the importance of competition to keep incumbents on their toes, to keep them innovating. When you're engaged in catch-up growth, the leaders in your industry may not actually even be in your country. You're just sort of catching up to them still. So you don't really need them to face a lot of competition. But the closer you get to the frontier, the more important it is to keep the companies that are leading within your country competitive. And so you need that. You also need tighter intellectual property policies, because when you're far from the frontier, you want to do a lot of copying. You don't want to respect other people's intellectual property so much. As you get onto the frontier, it becomes important. It becomes much more important. You need a different kind of finance when you get to the frontier. You need, it's important to have large banks that can mobilize capital on a very large scale if you want to engage successfully in catch-up growth. But once you get into the era of frontier innovation, venture capital becomes more important. And venture capital is very different from the kind of finance that you get from large banks. It requires this unique combination of tolerance for failure, which is not what banks are especially good at, and technical expertise, knowing which entrepreneurs, which potential innovators are worth trusting with a lot of money for a long time and allowing them to fail as often as it takes to eventually succeed. It's a unique combination that is hard to find. It's not so important with catch-up growth. It becomes crucial when you're talking about pushing the frontier back. And finally, I mentioned education, creativity versus discipline. Creativity becomes much more important relative to discipline. In a sense, the problem of making this adjustment to catch up to the fact that you're actually on the frontier is really the same as the fundamental dilemma of creative destruction that I talked about. A country that's successful in growth ends up producing big, powerful, successful companies, one way or the other. That's happened in the United States as well. And there's a lot of evidence that for many years, since about 2005, the influence of these large superstar firms that are coming increasingly to dominate every industry in the United States has tended to suppress innovation rather than to foster it, because those companies have defended their position through preemptive mergers, through creating patent thickets, and through all the methods that I had talked about. And in a way, that's the same as the problem of adapting to the fact that you're now on the frontier. To keep on growing, you need that competitive fringe more than ever. And so that's that. I wish I could tell you more about how to avoid that middle income trap of growth slowing down when you come to the frontier in so many different sectors, as Korea has done. But I think you're doing a very good job of right now of implementing the kinds of policies that it takes to do that. And I guess that's what I have to say now about Korea's economic growth prospects. I think they're very bright, and thank you very much for listening to me. Okay.
Thank you very much. Please return your seats. Thank you very much once again for sharing your invaluable insight with us today. So everyone, why don't you give another big round of applause to our Professor Peter Howitt for the remarkable presentation. Thank you very much once again. Yes, we are especially grateful that you traveled such a long distance to be here in the Republic of Korea and to inspire us with your wisdom and vision for the future of the Korea. Thank you very much once again. 지속적인 혁신을 통해서 대한민국
Through continuous innovation, the Korean economic growth must be revitalized again. And he has shared various examples of innovation. AI innovation is upending our economy now, but instead of being fearful, we need to be hopeful in looking at the innovative technology. It was a very insightful presentation. Thank you very much. As soon as the stage is arranged, we are going to invite Professor Howitt one more time to the stage, along with Senior Secretary Ha Jun-kyung for Economic Growth in Presidential Secretariat. So we look forward to this dialogue.
We would like to have the dialogue with the Professor Honorable Peter Howitt and Dr. Ha Jun-kyung, Senior Secretary to the President for Economic Growth. 자, 그러면 거의 이제 준비가 된 것 같은데요.
I think we are almost ready.
Proceed with such a wonderful dialogue. I'd like to invite the Professor Honorable Peter Howitt and Dr. Ha Jun-kyung, Senior Secretary to the President for Economic Growth. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Okay, shall we start?
Sure.
Okay, it is a great honor to speak with you, Peter. As today is the Teacher's Day in Korea, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you. Actually, when I was at Brown, I remember that I visited your office quite often, once every week or two, and when I was in your office, we discussed a lot of things like equation. You actually solved the equations for me. I thank you for that. And when I talk to you, I usually hear some phone call sound. And you got phone calls from Philip Aguillon, and his voice was so loud and with a French accent. And I could hear some part of your conversation with him. And he asked very small details about your research. And it's very impressive. And it became, a huge work. And how do you feel that your ideas are growing and expanding all over the world today?
Thank you, Jung Kyung. I must say that there's nowhere in the world that I would rather be on Teachers' Day than right here, because this is where I see, very much through your influence, my ideas that I have taught over the years being actually put into use. And I appreciate your gratitude, but I owe an equal amount to you for helping to spread the word, as it were. And it's wonderful to see in Korea. I do see other countries adopting similar policies. I know the problem of the middle income trap that we have focused on was taken up very seriously by the World Bank a few years ago in their annual World Development Report. And I think that it's very interesting that creative destruction takes place not just in the business world, but in academia as well. A lot of new ideas are resisted by the older members of our profession because it tends to render their human capital obsolete. And so much so that the great physicist Max Planck once observed that science progresses funeral by funeral. And this is, I did find a lot of resistance to our theories at first, and for a long time, by people who really thought that the Solo model was perfectly adequate, that endogenous growth theory sounded very difficult, sounded very simple, but life was actually much more difficult. And of course, it is difficult than the original simple models. It takes people to really push these ideas and explore the difficulties and so on before you realize the full potential. And I think that's just starting to happen around the world. So I am just immensely gratified by what's happening.
Okay, I think your recent Nobel Prize win has important implications. Most of all, it is a kind of formal recognition that your theory of innovation-based growth is now the new main paradigm, for succeeding the Solo model. Yeah. Okay, so my question is this. Korea's growth rate has been dropping by 1 percentage point every 5 years. Actually, this is a fact established by Dr. Kim Se-jik, so, the KDI president. Actually, he was a student of Robert Lucas, another Nobel winner. And he's now actually working very hard to raise the growth rate of Korea. But I don't know. So do you think this kind of downward trend in growth rate is just a fate, or is it something we can actually change?
Well, I definitely think it's something that you can change, but to some extent it is inevitable. This is just the nature of catch-up growth, is that it allows you the potential to grow much more rapidly than if you had many industries on the technology frontier, simply because it's easier to copy something than it is to invent something brand new. And everybody knows that. And every country that has achieved economic leadership has started off by copying and grown very rapidly. And then when they get to the frontier, their growth rate has slowed down. We haven't seen it slow down much in China yet, but I was there a couple of months ago, and they were lamenting the fact that their growth rate appears to be falling below 5% per year, and which of course would be miraculous in the United States or in the European Union, it is inevitable that it's going to fall. But how far it's going to fall, well, that depends upon what you do within the country. And if it falls too far, you can undertake policies to bring it back up again. Maybe not to what it was 20 years ago. That's just not a possibility. But you can certainly do a lot better. And just a 1% increase in your annual growth rate because of the magic of compound interest means that every generation you're going to have just about twice the income per person that you would have had if you hadn't done that. So I think it's really worthwhile to undertake those policies that it takes to nudge the growth rate up, even if just by a little bit.
Yeah, actually, there's been a long debate in academia about the role of the government. Okay, can the government change the path of economic growth or not? Okay, so what kind of policies can change the growth path, do you think?
Well, it's hard to count the ways because there are many ways that you can do it. I think that competition policy is a really critical ingredient, especially for more advanced economies. And the closer you get to the frontier and the more sectors in which you're on the frontier, the more important it is to have vigorous antitrust policies. And antitrust policies that are focused not so much on preventing firms from using their market power to keep prices high, but focused on keeping firms that have market power from using that power to block innovation by their rivals. And that's something that not many countries have managed to do, but I think it's going to be very important. It's also important to have policies to have an industrial policy is really important, I think, to have a vision of just where you want to focus the national resources. Government aid and government assisted finance is very important because we know that there are external benefits from growth that merit government intervention and government support, particularly the small and medium enterprises and startups that may have financial difficulties. And but you have to know where that's going to be targeted. And even in the United States, where people are very resistant to the idea of an industrial policy, a lot of their economic success has come about from precisely that. I think of the computer industry, where the United States was the leader for so many years. The government, mainly through the Department of Defense, has been involved at every step of the way, right from the building of the very first electronic computer, where they hired von Neumann to devise the architecture for the computer, and they actually financed the building of the whole thing, through the development of the first operating system that made it easy to run different programs in a computer, through the first multi-platform programming, general purpose programming language, and right up through the development of the protocols of the internet through DARPA. The government was very involved. You could say the same thing about the rise in agricultural productivity that was so important to early North American economic growth. The Department of Agriculture was very heavily involved in that, and people have estimated that the rate of return from those government research labs that were sent up to develop different varieties of hybrid corn seeds exceeded 40% per year, the social rate of return for decades. So I think it's important to have a national policy, not to do things, but to have a strategy of where you think it's most profitable to direct your aid to small and medium and startup firms, and also to help to facilitate coordination between the businesses and academia, more and more so as technology becomes more complex and more science-based, it's important to keep up those connections between science and between universities and businesses.
Yes, so the government has a lot of things to do, but one difficulty in Korea is that fiscal conservatism is kind of prevalent, and so sometimes there's a problem. So what do you think?
Well, I think it's possible to do this in a way that is fiscally responsible. As you succeed in economic growth, you get a fiscal dividend from it because people with higher incomes pay higher taxes, and that helps governments to balance the books. I think it, like any other kind of investment, the government investment in R&D requires some very difficult choices. You have to decide that this is worth investing in and that is not worth investing in. And sometimes the political process gets in the way. Politicians will allocate their funds not necessarily on the basis of where it would be most productive and where the growth potential is greatest, but upon where it's most convenient to gain political support. And that has always been somewhat of a problem in the United States, but it's been manageable. I think that, you take a look at recent Korean experience, I'm impressed at the way you've been implementing these pro-growth policies for some time now, and you have very minimal budget deficits, and you're sticking close to the 2% inflation target, although I know right now we're going through difficult times with with the price of energy rising so rapidly, but I expect that this is at some point going to pass. I think that it's quite possible to have pro-growth strategies with active government support of R&D and not have it result in runaway inflation or big deficits.
Okay, thank you. The growth rate of Korea for the first quarter was 1.7%, which we think is okay. But what is interesting is that 2 months ago, most experts and institutions predicted differently. Like some institution predicted like 0.9%, and that was kind of a consensus 2 months ago. Right. But it turned out differently. So what would be the reason why they make that kind of mistake? I mean, it's a forecast mistake.
Well, the basic reason is because it's economics, and no one predicts well in economics. When people ask me to predict the future, I usually claim that that's not my expertise. Because I could understand why someone in a more commercially oriented industry than I've always been an academic, would have an interest in trying to get a reputation from making a few lucky predictions, and then people would start to count on them and pay them lots of money to hear them pass their wisdom along and so on. But ultimately, no one has a great record in predicting the future. So I think that you had a great quarter. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't necessarily hope on having it again and again and again. I think just looking at the historical record, it would be very unusual for a country this advanced to have that sort of growth record. But I do think looking backwards, I mean, it's a different thing predict than to look backwards and explain ex post. And I think we can do a bit of that. And you ask, why did Korea have such a good first quarter? Why has Taiwan done so well? Well, in both cases, it's, I think, largely because you're such world leaders in the semiconductor business. There's a big boom in that industry, largely attributable, I guess, to artificial intelligence. And I think that if I take a look at those causal factors, they are likely to persist for some time. I think artificial intelligence is going to be with us. We don't know. It's a very early stage technology now. We don't know exactly how it's going to develop, whether it's the large language models or the world models of Yann LeCun or some other symbolic logic models that are going to develop. We don't know if it's the general purpose models of ChatGPT and Claude, or whether it's going to be the more modular DeepSeek type models. We don't know which way it's going to go, but whatever way it goes, they're going to need chips. And they're going to need high quality, precision manufacturing, and they're going to be relying on countries like Korea that have this whole ecosystem developed for producing them. So I know people in Korea have expressed to me the worry that they're not diversified enough. So much is depending on chips. But the whole purpose of diversification is to be prepared for any eventuality. And I think most conceivable eventualities for the next few years are going to involve artificial intelligence, and they're going to involve computer chips. We maybe don't know exactly which kind, but I think Korea is well positioned. And so I think that those basic underlying causes that appear to have been responsible for the successful growth rate in the first quarter are going to persist.
So, as for semiconductors, there are two different views in Korea. One view is that it's just a cyclical thing, so it's a temporary. So it's going to be over in a year or two. And the other view is it's a structural thing, so it's going to last for more than 1 year. So do you think it's a kind of structural?
I do think that there may be aspects of both. I mean, we probably right now are going through a bit of a shakeout period in artificial intelligence when people are trying different methods, and it's like a lot of early stage major technological developments that end up resulting in a financial boom and perhaps ultimately a collapse. It doesn't mean that this is just a mania or a craze. It just means that you're in a shakeout period where you know there's some important technology. You just don't know exactly who's going to be mastering that technology successfully. And when that shakeout period is over, it seems logical that the demand for the hardware will go down a bit, but I think that whatever the future holds, we're going to be using computers more and more all the time. So you're still going to be in a strong position if you have a strong semiconductor industry with all the infrastructure that you have in Korea.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about AI a little bit. We can say it's kind of general purpose technology, and that means it's a macroeconomic shock. And I guess most sectors will get benefit from it, but some sectors, especially like these days in Korea, young people's job situation are not that good. So some weak sectors may get hit by technological change. So what should we do about that?
Well, I think that it is true that the demand for startup jobs in certain sectors, particularly for coders and a few other areas, is particularly weak right now. And I know a lot of firms are attributing that, saying that they're doing this because coding can be replaced by artificial intelligence. I think that a lot of that has to be taken with a grain of salt, because it's clear that a lot of high-tech companies have overinvested in programmers in recent years, and they'd rather blame that fall off in hiring on artificial intelligence than blaming it on mistakes that they've made in the past. So how persistent this is going to be, I don't know. I think there is always going to be a big demand for computer coders. No matter how smart Claude Code gets, just managing Claude Code itself is going to require a lot of expertise. Even right now, Anthropic is having trouble. Their top experts are finding it difficult understanding what's going on inside of Claude, because it keeps developing itself so rapidly. It takes a tremendous expertise in computer coding to make sure that humans are still in control. And when you're using Claude Code, coders still have to spend a lot of time giving very precise instructions to it to make sure that it interprets what you want it to do correctly. And I've heard top-level coders describe how sometimes you have to yell at Claude Code and insult it and say, that's a terrible thing. I'd be ashamed to present this work to my bosses. You need to do this, you need to do that. And coders, what are coders doing? Coders are there to solve people's problems. They're there to build something that will allow them to accomplish some task much more efficiently than before. The ability to write out line after line of code is just something that's needed to accomplish that task. Being a good coder means you have to understand what a computer can do. You have to understand the computer languages that you're using. But you also have to have the creativity to know what it is possible to do, how to structure a piece of software so that it can solve a particular problem. And the more they can offload some of their routine tasks of writing out this line and that line and that line and that line, the more time they can devote to what they are really supposed to be doing. So I think there's always going to be a demand for that, because we're always going to be wanting to come up with devices that will do a lot of our more mechanical and routine cognitive work for us, so that we can focus on the more creative aspects that humans are uniquely, I believe, suited for performing.
Okay.
So I know I haven't even really begun to answer your question about that, but of course the world is uncertain. Young people are frightened. I think they are at some stage going to see some of the new tasks, the new jobs, the new professions, the new occupations that artificial intelligence will inevitably open up. And the world is going to be very bright for them. Yes, they're going to be uncertain, and we may be going through a very difficult time, because the technology appears to be evolving very rapidly. I think it would help very much to have, as I mentioned before, something like the Danish flex security system to take care of people that are laid off by this. I think we need closer cooperation between academia and businesses to make sure that the training that young people are getting is aligns with what the technology needs are, with what is going on in the actual labor market. And these are big challenges that I think we have to face. But I guess I'm just saying I'm not as pessimistic as a lot of people are in that respect.
Okay. actually, when implementing innovation-based growth strategies, the most difficult thing is, how to deal with the resistance from the incumbents. Okay, we have to change some laws. Whenever we try, there are a lot of resistance. So do you have any advice on that?
Well, I am not an expert on politics, I'm afraid, and that is more a political than an economic question. I think that sometimes a technology comes around that is so impressive, that is so overwhelming, that even the most powerful incumbent realizes that they're going to have to change. They don't want to become like the Eastman Kodak Corporation, which was the world leader in all aspects of photography until digital photography was invented. And it was actually invented by Eastman Kodak themselves, but they didn't want to lose all of the business that they had already set up with the old-fashioned kind of photography, where you had to take your film into a drugstore or something to be developed, and you couldn't see the picture immediately. That they decided to just shelve that technology, but others developed it and overtook them. And I think that became an object lesson that's taught in a lot of business schools now, that you've got to, even though you're facing the arrow's replacement effect, you've got to invest in new technologies. And I'm very impressed that a lot of the leaders in artificial intelligence are young companies. OpenAI is about 10 years old, and Anthropic is, I don't think it's even 4 years old yet. And they have been funded largely by the existing incumbents themselves, by the Microsofts and Googles and Amazons of this world, who realize that even though some of their core businesses are going to be threatened by this new technology, that if they don't have a stake in that new technology themselves, they're going to become the Eastman Kodaks of the 21st century. And so it's difficult to do, because within a corporation, you've got an existing technology trajectory, you've got an existing corporate culture, and you've got to go against the grain to be inventing something that doesn't support what you've already been doing for so many years so successfully. And I think that this idea of financing new startup firms on a very large scale is a very creative way that some of the existing incumbents have reacted to this to remain competitive, to keep up a stake in investing in new revolutionary technologies. So I'm hopeful that other firms around the world can learn lessons from this of how to escape from their own technology trajectory and invest in the new technologies that are likely to replace it.
Okay, thank you. Finally, do you have any more advice for Korea?
More advice for Korea. What would I suggest that you're not already doing? I really can't think of a way that you could be dealing with this very uncertain world that we live in any better than what you're doing right now. I would just suggest that you continue to pursue creative destruction the way you're doing. I think you're doing very well.
Okay, thank you so much for your insights today.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We need another big round of applause to our distinguished guests on the stage for the wonderful and remarkable dialogue. Thank you very much. Please return your seats. Thank you. What makes this session particularly moving is that it brings together not only two brilliant minds, but also two generations connected through learning and mentorship. From classroom inspiration to today's stage, their journey reflects the enduring power of ideas passed from one generation to the next. Thank you very much once again for the wonderful dialogue. 다시 한번 정말 멋진 말씀으로 이 대담.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all for sharing your precious insight with us. We are going to have a 20-minute break. We have coffee and refreshment outside in the lobby. Please enjoy. We are going to have a 15-minute, actually 10-minute break.
We have prepared the coffee and finger food at the lobby, so please enjoy the break. Thank you. 잠시 안내드리겠습니다.
I'd like to make an announcement. We will begin our first session. For those of you outside, please enter the venue and please be seated.
Today's conference will begin shortly. Please come inside and take your seats. Thank you. 고맙습니다. 한 번 더 안내드리겠습니다. 저희
I'd like to make an announcement. Session 1 will begin soon. For the smooth proceedings, please be seated.
one will begin shortly. Please come inside and take your seats. I cordially ask all the participants to come inside and take your seats. Thank you. 네, 여러분 편히
Did you have a good break? So, shifting the economic paradigm to reignite growth is the theme of our conference. In the morning time, we invited the Nobel Laureate Peter Howitt, and now with our academic experts, we will share our insights as well. We will begin the session 1. In this session, we will discuss about the present and future of Korea's innovative growth. 3 presenters will give presentations. First presentation will be given by Shin Yong-seok, the president of HMG Management Research Institute, with the title of Innovation, Resource Allocation, and Productivity. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to stand before you to talk about, present and future, but let me talk about the past first. This orange line that you see, please focus on the orange line. That's GDP per capita. So it's a log scale. So if you don't know, it's difficult to see, but if you use a log scale, if it's a growth, it's just a one straight line, but it's not a one straight line, it's a little bit curved and bent. It means the growth has went down. As you can see, from the 60s till the 90s, it's just a one straight line. And there was a little bit of shake during the 80s. And GDP per capita was increasing annually 6 to 7%. And at the end of 90, after the Asia financial crisis, and went down. And by 2010, the growth rate is flattening out. And we also talked about this, Mr. Kim Tae-sik also mentioned that every 5 years, 1 percentage point growth rate goes down. So we call this Sedgwick's law, but we have to stop this, and we need to reduce this. So we grow, but there is a slowdown, and the growth slowed down, and that's why people are pondering how it is. And we were used to fast growth rate, and people feel pressured. And as you're well aware, during the 70s, we just follow the growth factors, and then we have more economic activities, and we had more capital. And by the 80s, the entire factor accumulation, TFP, when I say, factor accumulation, this TFP, and that's how we led the economic growth. So you see the dotted red lines, that's Korea. During the 80s, our productivity, each year it increased more than by 12%. But later on, it went down to 1.5%. It was stable. But after 2010, the productivity growth rate has flattened out. But what is interesting is that the economist, and our Professor Howitt also mentioned it too, this how can we increase the productivity growth? It's innovation. But if you look on the right side, there's Korea, the red dot line. That is compared to GDP, how much of R&D are we doing? During the 80s, as we were increasing the productivity, we didn't invest much in R&D. But if you look at it now, almost at the end, our R&D productivity growth is almost flat, but R&D has grown so much, so it is a little bit contradictory. So when we had low productivity, when we had high productivity, we had low R&D, but now we have low productivity but high R&D. If you look at the United States, so around 1%, they maintained 1% of the R&D investment, but they do increase at least 1%, not as much as we did. So one question that we can ask is that, this R&D, does spending money on R&D leads to innovation? Or maybe we're spending it incorrectly? That could be the question. I mean, I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying that we could think about this. So I didn't have a lot of time to prepare this presentation, but we can look at this. So on the left side, these engineering, STEM companies, when people who are in that field, there are people with PhDs, and I call them high expertise employees. And if they're not, then I just say not so. But if you look at on the left side, the black line is going down. So in the past, so the R&D employees was about 40% of them had PhDs, but now it's down to 32%. So in a certain way, doing more R&D, we are doing more R&D, but the actual number of the experts with PhD has went down. But if you look at on the right side, it's stagnant. So it's difficult for SMEs to invest in R&D. But in small companies, just as Professor Howitt mentioned, that they could be the driving point of innovation. So we are providing aids and grants to SMEs to invest in R&D, and big companies they already have enough cash to invest, so they're investing in R&D. So what we should think about is that we talk about R&D, and we spend a lot on R&D, and since we're spending so much, are we actually doing R&D in the areas of innovation? So that's what I want to show. So R&D, it increases our level of technology. So that's the basics of the creative destruction. So increasing the technology, our skills through R&D, but the national productivity is not just about the level of technology. When the technology is set, then how is resource allocated? So is the resources allocated to the right places? Even if you have the right technology, even if you have the right places, if you allocate the right resources to the companies with the technology, then it will grow. But if you invest into the companies that don't, then the productivity of the country will go down. So if you look at it each year, we lay out the company's technology, and we don't follow the current resource allocation. If we follow the ideal allocation, it shows the gap. So if the number is high, it means that current allocation is close to ideal, and if the number is low, then there's a huge gap between the ideal state and current state. So the anchoring point is the technology and allocation. So if you look at it, it goes down as we enter the 2000s. So it means that it seems like our resources are not allocated, appropriately, even if we put aside the technology. If you look on the right side, so companies with right productivity, do they have more problems? So if the number is high, that's what it means. So for companies with higher productivity, if there's more correlation, so it means is that they have difficulty in production, whether there is a policy restraints or there could be hindrances. We don't know what it is, but statistically speaking, at the end of 90s, it goes up. So throughout the entire economy, the resource allocation is suffering hindrances, especially for those companies with high productivity level. And that's what's been happening. And we don't exactly know what has happened. This is just statistics. So we, allocated resources. That's more of the quantitative. But now let's talk about the actual, dynamic parts. So this is the creative destruction. So I don't have enough time to explain every single thing, but the top left from 82 to 87, and 2013 to 2018. I stopped all the research in 2019, but in 2020, as you know, we went through COVID-19. So there's a lot of noises to economic data. I'm not saying there's a poor quality of data, but there are a lot of things happen due to COVID-19. So it is inconvenient to do the research, with all the noises. So I stopped at 2018. So if you look at top left and bottom right, in this picture, there's one bar above the number 2. So it means that how many new companies entered the market and employed people. So as you can see here, that bar above 2, compared to 82 to 87, the 2013 to 18 bar is small. So it means that there are not enough new companies, and even if they do, they don't employ as much. And around 0, 2013 to 2018 has much more bars. What it means is that companies didn't grow or they didn't get smaller, just they played stagnant. But if you look at 82, 87, there are much more bigger bars and on a wider range. So if you compare these two periods, you could say the economy has become more silent. There's no new player. There's no destruction. There's no, reduction. There's no growth. So there's not much creation. So it's losing its dynamism of the economy. And lastly, I want to talk about the past. So what we have seen before is just, are there movements? Are there a lot of employments happening? That's what we saw. But this one, even if it moves, does it move on the right direction? So we need to have more employment on companies with higher productivity, and we need to lower it on the companies with lower productivity. So on the first one, it says 0.0274. What it means is that how many employment growth was there on a companies with productivity. So one positive thing is that it's a positive number. It is going to the right companies. But one thing you should know is that if you look at United States, it's 0.25, about 10 times more than Korea. So compared to Korea, U.S. has much more employment to the right companies, but Korea doesn't have that. If you look at the second line, there is a 0.0199. So as time goes down, the numbers are going down. So by 2010s, it's 0.0135. But in the past, it moved, but even that small movement became more, stagnant. So it means that there is not enough economic movements. On the right side, if you look at the capital growth, capital is moving more than the employment. It's 0.2, now it's 0.02. So it's a good thing. However, if you look at the last line on the capital growth, as time went on, the numbers are going down because, capital should go to the right companies, but even that movement is slowing down. So what that means is that throughout the entire economy is not really moving. There's no dynamic movements, and there's not much creative destruction. So through past 20 years, our economic growth didn't just go down, but on the other side, we're not having the right resource allocation. We are investing a lot in R&D, but we don't see the outcomes as much as we put in, especially compared to other countries. So let's talk about China then. So I'm at HMG. So we have competition with China, not just components, but also humanoid robots. We're competing a lot. So I study a lot. How is China doing? So I'm not saying all the part of China is good. There is a very lack of, default and excessive investments, a lot of, negative parts too. But if we only look at the tech sector, they're doing well, and there is a reason why. Number one, government, university, and private partnership has a very strong partnership. So of course, government supports universities and companies, but they also listen. And they listen to which places to invest, and they also invest and give to the companies freely. So these companies will use it freely, and they develop application technologies, and if they become successful, they donate it to universities. So there's no contract, but there is a very virtuous cycle, and it's not always good, but it's a very loose regulation. It's a negative regulation. So they just put in absolute necessaries, and then they remove all. I'm not saying this is always good. So we talked to a lot of CEOs in the U.S. and people in biotech, they're having difficulties. So if you want to develop a new drug, if you want to go through FDA, it takes 3 years. But China, the new drugs, they do it in 6 months. I'm not saying it's good. Of course, safety is very important. But I'm just saying comparing. Same thing with autonomous driving. So Korea, United States, and Europe, we focus on safety. Not one life can get hurt. But China, why don't we just compensate if they get hurt? I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying this is why they're fast. And also the companies, they are very competitively, fighting each other. They fight with the lower cost. And they come out to the global field. They export and they enter the foreign markets. The reason why is that within China, it's so difficult to make money, but now they come outside, it's easy to make money. That's why they're coming to the global field. And also there are, entrepreneurs, about the 996 work culture, 9 hours per day, and 6 days per week. So it's a 007. So, now they work 7 days per week. So it's an open innovation. They have open innovation. So Howitt also talked about protecting IP is very important. In China, they don't do that. They develop something. They don't even register a patent. They just say, hey, why don't we share everything? So then why do you do this? You invest money, and if everyone uses it, why do they do it? We continue to do it. We keep a record now, and then we get compensated by the government later on. So of the car companies, only 5 of you can survive. There are right now hundreds of you. When they say that, they can show it to the government. Hey, we did this of innovations. We shared this to other companies. We can keep that record. So they're not gonna have the exclusiveness through IP, but they just show how excellent they are through that. And the last line is very important. I'm not saying it's neither desirable nor possible to copy them all. We are a capitalistic market. We can't even copy them. But on the other hand, our competitors. I just wanted to tell you how our competitors are working. So what should Korea be? What should we do? Number one. So I was working in the United States, and this year I came to Korea. And in Korea, we're more focused on what's happening in Korea rather than what's happening outside of Korea. I'm not saying not everyone's like that, but I think not as much as important it is, not a lot of people are looking outside than inside. So our competition is there's China. In all areas, they're rising up. Semiconductors, they are investing heavily in China. So in 2 years, Samsung, SK's, these absolute number one position might be threatened because China knows that that's their only weakness. So that's why they're focusing on semis. And also AI and big tech competitions are there for capital investments. So they create data centers looking at not today but the future. And especially also European countries and especially EU, they are talking about we need to have industrial policy, IAE, and even within EU we need to set up the protective zones. We need to have industrial policies. Everyone's fighting competitively, so we know vaguely of this. But instead of just knowing it, it is much more fiercer competition than what you think. So instead of competition in Korea, we need to think about the global playing field, and we need to rethink about how Korea should respond to it. And our president also talked about policy, innovations and a lot of changes. But rather than that, in a way, why don't we make a Korean Draghi report? I'm not sure if you know. 2 years ago, Enrico Colette and Mario Draghi, they were both former prime ministers of Italy, and then Draghi did more achievements. So then, why is EU productivity low? What should EU do to increase productivity? So he made the research. So, there's a yellow page, it's a very phone book. I don't know if you know, but they put out a very thick report. So people only say but don't do. But recently, past 2 months, EU is making actual changes and movements. So it's not just, policy or regulation innovation, So Korea should also invite, experts, think about what's the most important regulation. What should we do to have the most efficient results? I think that, even if it takes time, we should do something like that. So in regards to this regulation, there is also labor market reforms are required as well. It should be flexible, but not stiff. So Professor Howitt talked about the flex security of Denmark, and they give you unemployment, but I think the other two are more important. One is that for re-employment, so job training for re-employment done by government, and they help you with the job placement service. So instead of just giving you the money, eventually, instead of permanent unemployed, we need to help them find a new job, better job. So thanks to semis, people, the government can get more taxes, collect more taxes. So we should think about job training that we can do for people. And competition. Are we gonna only think about the competition in Korea or the world? In the world, all the countries are supporting their big companies. United States, even China and EU does it. So Korea as well. On a global playing field, if they're finding in a global playing field, you should provide aids and grants. And one thing that they're worried about is that what if they get money, they get complacent and don't work hard? No, you don't have to support a number one company in Korea, but even if you are number one in Korea, they're on a global playing field. There are other big companies that are supported by their governments. So maybe there's a need for the government to support those specific companies. And lastly, rather than words, actions are more important, but that's difficult. But so that's why there is still big gaps. There is a income gap. There is a polarization. So we need to have a social agreement, and we need to have redistribution, helping economically. But when we help them, it's not just giving help, but how we help them. Which way would be the most economically efficient to maintain the economic signals to help the who are vulnerable. Maybe we should think in that such way. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다. 오늘 혁신
Thank you very much. President Shin Yong-seok of HMG Business Research Center has just concluded his presentation. And after listening to all the three speakers, we'll have a panel discussion at the end. So let me invite the second speaker. He will speak under the title of The Twilight of Fast Follower Innovation. Professor An Jung-mo at Korea University will be making the next presentation. Please welcome Professor An with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am Professor An Jung-mo from Korea University. I study technology policies as well as AI policy. I'm slightly worried because you might be feeling drowsy at this point in time, but I'll do my best to keep you awake. And before I've received Peter Howitt's slides, I've made my presentation slides. Unfortunately, my slides are very well aligned with his slides. And we have gone through a very intensive compressed period of economic growth. So compared to the 1960s, in 2024, our per capita GDP has grown a lot, and we are few countries that have managed to escape the middle income trap. And Korea is probably the only country above a 13 population threshold to pull this off. And we have transitioned from agriculture to manufacturing industry, and industrial structure has gone through a very intensive and compressed transformation. We often say that if we have a jumper of a Hynix employee, we are going to be popular wherever we go. That's how our industrial structure has changed. So we've had fast follower innovation strategy. And we have gone through very rapid learning and sustainable growth through R&D investment. As you can see, Korea is a very unique outlier in this chart. The horizontal axis is R&D spending. Vertical axis is the researcher per employment. We are in the top right-hand chart, meaning that when it comes to R&D, we are really strongly committed. Of course, Korea has had a very unique growth model. We've had government-funded institutes. In 1996, we have asked the United States to help us create a R&D institute in Korea, and that's how we established the KIST in 1997. So this is the title of an article on science, Korea Science Institute, a model for developing nations. So is this going to be the model for emerging nations to adopt faster follower innovation? So there is no denying that they have made significant contribution for our very compressed period of growth. KIST, ETRI, Agency for Defense Development, they have made a very important role in paving the way for success in those industries. And our cluster policies, we have benchmarked Tsukuba of Japan, and we have developed TEDOC R&D complex. And it has accommodated numerous universities, government-funded research institutes, as well as companies. And for Korean R&D policy in 1992, we have started G7, which is Korea's first large-scale R&D project. We started this out of a real need. This is designed to be mission-oriented innovation policy. And we have targeted 9 product innovation and 9 fundamental technology development, 8 ministries participating in 10 years. And this was a PPP program. This has produced so numerous innovative technologies, semiconductors, LCD, as well as hydrogen automobile technology. Hydrogen mobility is going to play a key role down the road, but in 1992, we started developing the fundamental technology, and that has sown the seed for growth in hydrogen cars. But the problem here is that we are losing potential growth. As we have seen in Peter Howitt's slide, the advantage of backwardness is almost exhausted. And our R&D structure was definitely based on fast follower innovation. And we have to go from quantity to quality, and we are at the hurdle at this point in time. But personally, of course, various indicators are difficult to change, but I think we really have a good opportunity to make a true, tangible change. At the center of this transformation lies AI technology. As you're well aware, AI is a general purpose technology. It can be used for medicine, mobility, language, manufacturing industry. It can be used in all sectors, including culture. With AI embedded in our system, that will definitely increase the speed of innovation cycle, and R&D productivity has been accelerated. So R&D that used to take 18 months in the past can be done in just 6 months with much less human power. That means we are going to be able to carry out lean innovation. So when it comes to capital, labor, land, input, we can move away from this capital-intensive capitalism to intelligence-intensive capitalism. And that is truly what we mean by innovation-based growth. Mr. Shin talked about China, and it was very interesting. So you might wonder who benefits most from AI paradigm shift. It is China. The China's technology rise has started a long time ago. It is already surpassed Korea in many ways. I have been in charge of a task force team looking for countermeasures against Chinese technology rise. And every time I look at China, I am really shocked because I feel sense of threat because China is rising so fast in terms of technology. And there are 3 characteristics of China's technology rise. Of course, the US export control has forced China to create their own technology and their own value chain. And China has the largest border in the world, and their borders are all challenging. For example, if you look at the US, they only share border with Canada and Mexico, friendly countries, but China faces Mongolia, Pakistan, India, North Korea. They have vast borderline that are challenging to protect. So they had to rely on military technology, and AI will definitely help them to protect their borders. And Chinese population is declining rapidly. Last year, 15 million Chinese students are said to have taken the SAT, And in Korea, we have less than 450,000 students taking the college SAT. In China, the number of students who are taking SAT will begin to decline. Less and less students will be taking college entrance examination, meaning that China, when it comes to manufacturing prowess, they are so confident to call themselves the manufacturing powerhouse. But given the population decline, China might no longer sustain its position as a manufacturing powerhouse, meaning they have to look for other breakthrough technology. Probably through physical AI, they're planning to resolve all of their problems. So through creative destruction, China will try to maintain its manufacturing prowess through physical AI. So Chinese technology direction is all moving towards physical AI, battery, display AI. They are all moving towards physical AI because physical AI, you have to be good at two things. You have to be good at AI and manufacturing, but the US is not great at manufacturing. So there's China and Korea that can do both AI and manufacturing well. So China definitely has an edge. They're already talking about data sets moving beyond data. As Mr. Shin has mentioned, they're building data sets. They are sharing this with consortium partners. So mobility data, we might think it's autonomous driving data, but they have autonomous vehicle data, drone data, kickboard data. They're integrating all those mobility data into data sets, creating more values. China has already become an entrepreneurial state, meaning that they have multi-layered systematic processes to reduce innovation risk to zero. China's fast-track medicine approval process is so advanced, it takes less than 6 months. Clinical research is really easy to do in China. Not only that, whenever a new drug is introduced, it is listed in their national health insurance reimbursement list, exploding the demand, declining the price, creating a bigger market. And state-owned enterprises of China are quite unique. They are already investing or partnering with startup companies. So what should Korea do? We need to change our perception. It might sound like a play of words, but we have to move from systematizing the flexible to flexibilizing the systems. In the past, we had to do everything so fast with intensive investment of labor and capital. We developed everything into rules systems, and we wanted to create sophisticated rules. And that's what we called by systematizing the flexible, how we can systemize our rule of the thumb processes. But we sometimes have to shake up this system, meaning that we need to flexibilize the system, meaning that we have to shift the paradigm. And that means the current paradigm has to be broken down, and we need the bold courage to shake up the existing system. So flexibilizing the system will not just bring about chaos, it will reconfigure the system. It can help us build the flexibility for systematic change. We have a lot of constraints here. The high-risk R&D must be supported by deregulation, flexible labor market, and big markets so that we can expand into the global market. So last but not least, let me talk about the policy. recommendations. First is R&D. We are spending a lot of money for R&D. Sometimes we are blamed for lack of tangible output, but there is a time lag when it comes to R&D. In 1992, 1995, the technology we started developing at that time are now being commercialized in the market. So there has been a long and boring waiting time, but with innovative financing and flexible labor and huge market, we are now developing tangible technologies, and we really need to move away from catch-up type of innovation. So we really need to introduce American DARPA type R&D system. In a nutshell, DARPA project is government doing everything that private sector can do. So it's up to the PM on how to manage the R&D processes with high level of flexibility. It is all about how much autonomy and discretion the PM has, meaning that innovation should be a part of the culture. Hofstede, a cultural researcher, he compared country to country, and Korea is absolutely high in two indices. First is risk avoidance. Korea does not want reverse. And second is long-term orientation. In this culture, it's very difficult to take a new challenge. And every time we face audit or regulation, R&D will be hindered. That is why we will continue to spend a lot of money without much tangible output. And Peter Howitt also talked about our demographic change. And our population is declining at an amazingly fast speed. And Korea is very unique many people talked about R&D capital and R&D human resources. R&D talent is one of the most important input for innovation, and at the same time, it's a very important output. If we invest in R&D, we can have a research paper and patent and talents. So talent is an input and output at the same time. So many people worry about brain drain, Korean researchers all going to Silicon Valley, and I think it is okay as long as we can realize brain circulation. Let our talents to go to Silicon Valley and learn and work in a bigger stage. But if anyone wants to return to Korea from Silicon Valley, we need to promote brain circulation. Taiwan is actually great in promoting brain circulation. Their top talents go to Silicon Valley, and some of them return to Taiwan, sharing their expertise. And the gap is filled by Malaysians and Indonesian brains. That's what I mean by brain circulation. And another interesting thing that I'm witnessing is that Korean doctors want to establish their own business, mainly based on AI technology. So they want to develop their imaging to data, but they need help in commercializing their ideas. Many people come to us, and then I did not think it would work, but 3 or 4 years later, actually, they have developed a very competitive startups. Well, if the best brain in Korea all become doctors, then why don't we make the most of their brain? They are also interested in other technologies like AI and biotechnology. So we really need to support them to the best of our ability in AI industry. And MD, PhD is squeezed between the Ministry of Science and Ministry of Health. They are scientists and doctors at the same time. So we need to leverage their talent to develop advanced biotechnology and industries. I have seen Peter Howitt talk about the need to change our immigration policies. we have somewhat negative perception of foreign workers taking jobs away from Korean people. But Elon Musk is South African and Jensen Huang is a Taiwanese. So there are so many cases where foreign technologies or foreign talents, if they establish a successful deep tech startup in Korea, they can create huge jobs and huge value. So we need to be more open-minded in helping top-level foreign talents establishing their businesses in Korea. Sakana AI in Japan, many people think it's sovereign AI, but it's collaborating a lot with OpenAI, and it is trying to join the AI ecosystem. They have 3 founders, and one of them used to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, and the 2 other founders are his friends. So a former foreign ministry official has established, along with his friend, Sakana AI in Japan. We need more of such cases in Korea. And then, as innovation becomes more complicated, we really have to innovate our governance structure. Each ministry is doing their siloed work too hard, meaning we don't get to achieve anything. They have their clearly defined zones, and they compete on who comes out with most policies. And this gets us nowhere. That is why I'm saying we need accountable budget system. And the conflict between ministries are spilling over to the private sector. You know, the government ministries often have conflicts, and they're very hard to resolve. And the National Assembly has an important role to play. Of course, we need to regulate AI, but we don't want the regulation to get in the way of creating jobs. If we are good at developing AI regulation and have no AI technology, then that's not the scenario we want. Last but not least, for sustainable growth, we need more than one Seoul. We need multiple Seoul. I'm calling this multiple Seoul because I'm not saying we need to take things away from Seoul and move them to remote areas. But we need, given the size of South Korea, we need at least 3 Seuls across Korea. So that means we need to create 2 more Seuls through our policy formulation. And in the case of China, they are growing mainly because local governments are competing fiercely over who comes up with better policies. Shenzhen is a city of drones, but it is also becoming an epicenter of synthetic chemistry because the Shenzhen government provides a lot of tax incentives and financial support. So we need to benchmark this kind of successful city models. This is my last slide. The title is "The Twilight is not an ending. It's just a prelude to another dawn." So we know what we have to do. And we need to walk the talk with strong courage and preparation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The presentation was Twilight of the Fast Forward Innovation. It was a very helpful presentation to redesign our structure, setting up the policies. You know, the insights were given, and I'd like to thank Professor An for giving his presentation. The last presentation is Shifting the Policy Paradigm to Support Real Corporate Growth, and it will be given by Kim Min-ho, Senior Research Fellow at KDI. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am Kim Min-ho, the Senior Researcher at KDI. So I'm, in a way, standing here representing KDI. So for growth policy, I've been thinking about this. I've been researching about this yesterday. So it might get a little bit boring, so I'll tell you something interesting. So last night I was talking to my kids. daddy is going to Seoul for this conference. I have to give this presentation. And then there is a Nobel Laureate, and he's going to give a presentation too. And my children said that, oh, if you work hard enough, can you get Nobel Prize too? So I said, well, even if I do my best, I don't think I can get Nobel Prize. So I, told them the honest truth, but I couldn't tell them this. So it's very unlikely that I'll get Nobel Prize, but I could give a recommendation that could help the policy that support the growth of economy. Thank you for responding with applause. So our president Kim Se-jik, 10 years ago, he had the foresight to talk about, that every 5-year 1% point decline law. And, now people are paying attention to this. Even back then, 10 years ago, we should have known this and prepared for this. But I think it's now time for us to reverse the growth policy. In order to reverse the policy, what is the actual policy that helps us grow? It's time for us to discern. So it's difficult for me to talk about all the growth policy, but I'll focus on the ones that I actually researched. So, from a firm's perspective, outside the capital region, would you invest and grow your company outside of Seoul area? So, we need to. I'll show you if the companies if they have actually invested outside. There is a place among the places, and outside the places there are gaps. And you heard of the local extinction, and especially we talk about the shocks of AI. And it seems like the AI shocks are equal to everywhere, but if you think about the local areas, they get impacted more by the AI. So we talk about governance, saying that we are serious about policy. Seems like we are really actually doing this, but is it actually effective? And the traditional approach was like this. So by region, we set certain sectors, and then we provided subsidies. But is it actually affects the firm's location, investment, and performance needs evaluation? So, I wanted to look at the actual movements. So I think it's a very funny graph. After 2015, the two graphs jumps up. That's male and female. For, job purposes, they have moved to non-capital area. After 2015, the young people and a lot of people, for their jobs, they are moving to the capital area. So, I looked at the age groups, and the top there, orange and that reddish color, those are the young generation. Early 20s, mid 20s, and early 30s. These young people, to find their jobs, they have to go to the capital area, and it's getting intensified, and especially so after 2015. So then, Korean policies, what have we been doing? And especially, of the national balanced development policy, I looked at regional key industry policy. So when we say regional key industries, we put out industry policies in certain regions so that industry in that region could grow. So one of the key ones is that since 1999, we chose 4 cities to focus on strategy industry. So Daegu's textiles, Busan footwear, Gyeongnam's machinery, Gwangju's photonics. So that's how it grew. And the focus on the areas of, since 2015, we have this called regional key industries. Since 2015, so non-capital areas, there are 14 regional governments. We give them autonomy, and we make them choose. Hey, choose one or two industries, and for those companies in those industries, we will provide subsidies so that they will grow. So there's a industry list here. So Daejeon has Medibio, wireless communication fusion, robot automation, metal processing. So they chose these industries and they provided subsidies to those areas. So what did I do? So there is a data called mining and manufacturing survey. So this data for companies with more than 10 employees, establishments, we look at, we get detailed business activity measurements. So this policy began in 2015. So in those designated industries, how much more activities did we get from the companies in those industries? Let me show it to you. So there is a capital and non-capital grouping. So, there is a key industry in the capital area because they don't have their policy, but in non-capital area, they have it. But what's interesting is that, do you see the blue line? That's the number of employees, and that's male employees. So manufacturing is a male-focused industry. Just by looking at the industry-wise, over 70% are male workers. Even if we, chose a regional key industries, are mostly manufacturing industries. So whether you like it or not, we saw that, hey, this is a regional key industries, and we wanted to push them to do well. What's the possible reason? So we are supporting male-focused jobs and industries. And, even if we provided support, why is everyone going to capital area? Because now women are going to work, right? And they have to go to capital area to get jobs. But for men, their jobs could be in the countryside, but their spouses, the ones that they will, make a family together, will be in the capital area. So if you're going to find a job, why don't you, they will prefer to get a job in the capital area. So these are the phenomena that we should focus on as well. And one also interesting part is that after 2015, I put a line here. There's a dividing point in 2015. So did the actual key industry jobs increase in the non-capital area? You can see that it didn't increase that much. So we chose industries and provided support, but then the actual job creation, there was not an actual effective result. So I talked about the jobs, but if we now let's look at the productivity, the output, and value-added trend. So the red one is these are the industries that's been designated part of the policy. So for the past 20 years, there are good industries that's been growing for the past 2 decades. So they were highly likely to be designated as part of the policy. And after designation, in the capital area, it grew, but in the non-capital area, compared to the capital area, even with subsidies and the support, it doesn't look that great. They, grew in a similar pattern, or since from 2015, 2010, their growth is flattening out. So what about value-added trend? So compared to the capital area and non-capital area, the numbers are very similar. Even those designated industries, they have grown as they did. But I find a very interesting pattern here. So it's like a puzzle. We're playing find what's different. So from your audience, your left side, the very far left, the production has gone up, output has gone up, and value added trend, the picture is quite similar. Value added trends and output are both growing, but in the non-capital area, the value added trends has not gone up that much. So sure, even if the output goes up, but the actual value added outputs are not that high, or it did not occur as much in the non-capital area. And we looked at the employment numbers, and one interesting is a tangible asset trend. So it means is that how much are the companies are they investing in the non-capital area? The tangible assets did not grow that much in the non-capital area. So in the non-capital area, even if we designate it as a key industry, since 2010, the growth of tangible asset investment did not grow, and even after designation, there is no sudden jump. So we create this policy to reverse the negative trend. We are looking at policies to restore the trend, and we chose industries. We chose, local regional areas. We provided subsidies, but it was not that effective. We should not find this is not the right policy to reverse the trend. So that's what we have learned. So then so far, I showed you a graph. Just by looking at this graph, the storyline is done. But today, we have, it's a conference with the Nobel Laureate. So I will follow a more of an economistic trend, and I'll talk about difference in differences and synthetic DID. I'll talk for 1 minute. I'll talk about how to calculate this. So we have regional industry panel. So by regions, there are 14 cities, and each region has chosen industries. We can group them out separately. So by the region and by industry panel, we apply DID. And after 2015, how much the productivity, employment in that region, in that industry, how much investment have changed. So I looked at how they have changed. One more thing that we have looked at is that, our President Shin has also talked about that resource allocation is important. So I also looked at it too. And what was the result? So from these regional employment, so the treatment group, even before designation, showed high levels and steep upward trends. So even the resource allocation went down. So after the policy, there were more negative trends. So I put a very strict standards. I looked at the patterns, how they have done before, the key characteristics of the industries, differences of the capital area, non-capital area. So I control all the variables. I put a very strict, line to compare, and this is the result of DID. And next one is SDID. So even if we put all the controls and filtering, it could be constrained. So SDID, we'll look at the patterns of the designated industries, and we synthesize it. So we put a synthetic control to compare. So the result is that the impact was not meaningful. So my conclusion is that even if you choose the industry that has been doing well, it does not really lead to the growth of companies and firms. So then based on this, how can we change this trend? So it's difficult for us to talk about this because it's something that we have not done before. It is difficult to provide, policy support. But despite that, we need to make attempts. So then let's look at how the overseas are doing. So they have industry designation and providing subsidies, but they changed to more a competition and performance-based regional consortium support. So it's an example from the United States is BBBRC. It's a recently made policy. So the state and local government that will have combined industry and academia and research. These regional coalitions are formed so that they will describe and they will in detail make a plan how they can grow. And in phase 1, they choose 50 to 60 finalist consortia. They have a broad plan. And the change here is that the central government gives them a lot of money and to make this plan feasible and workable. How the companies could come to this region and invest. All of that plan could be realized and become feasible. So they don't just leave it up to each, companies or regions. They provide experts to lay out all the plan. So they provide support, subsidies to make that detailed plan. So with that detailed plan, they choose in phase 2, 20 to 30 regions based on great plan so that they will receive support. So that was a major difference between us and the United States. Same thing with Germany. When they have a innovation cluster, they have a networks. They will talk to the firms in the region, universities and research institutes, and get together, they talk about, hey, this is the type of R&D cluster that we'll make. They put out a plan. They go through the selection process, and based on performances, they provide about 2 to 3 years provide support. And then after 2 or 3 years, hey, just as you plan, are you forming these R&D clusters? And for the cluster that they have done well, they provided more subsidies to that. So with these implications, what I suggest here is that our regional industry policy. So from the designating industries and subsidies, we need to go into the era of designing firms and growth era. So we shouldn't just choose certain industries. There are companies who wants to grow well. They will find, they will try to extend and maximize their growth. So we need to help them design better and plan better instead of choosing certain industries. So first, we need to form a consortium. We need to have detailed plan, and we need to have detailed plan. We need to help them to create the detailed plan and of this mega project, so that it be feasible. We need to give a large scale help. So with Mr. President Shin, Hyundai HMG has Seosan and Saemangun region. In those regions, they are preparing. They want to build a robot cluster, and they talk about large-scale investment plan. I know this is a public knowledge announcement. So if that is planned, if that works, the region shouldn't just say, "Oh, thank you for choosing our city." We need to help them and ask them, what do you need so that you can actually feasibly build this robot cluster in our city? So then, those SMEs can go together and say, hey, I want to invest in this city too, so that that city could grow as well. And I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. So now, instead of the regional industry growth, I want to talk about the growth policy. So in this ecosystem, how can we change this? I wanted to give you a few ideas. Number one is that I think all of you know that there is by company size that we have to mitigate the gaps with the big companies and SMEs. So there's a R&D gap between the big companies and SMEs. So the gap is bigger than the actual taxation. There's a benefit gaps are big. So our current structure is that the more we grow, the worse, less benefits there will be. So we don't have to divide taxation benefits based on how big the company is. And the SMEs is controlled by Ministry of SME, and they create very duplicated business and tasks. But instead of supporting them separately, it should be a continuous support, whether they're a small company or medium-sized enterprise. They need to provide help so that they would have integrated support. And we also, I want to talk about one-to-one regulation clinic. So I have these regulations issued. I want to resolve this. So if they talk about, hey, I have this problem with the regulation, then it's a clinic to reduce any uncertainty risks of the new industry or technical industry. We should, mandate them to get responses. So, companies would reduce the uncertainties whether they can continue in this new industry or not, and also talk about Draghi report. So the Korean version of Draghi report could be supported by this idea. So we create establishment of the growth strategy task force team. So including the actual small and medium-sized companies, people who are actually in the field. And we would have a open style forum. And what are the hindrances in investments also? So they put a yearly report. They set priorities of the tasks that should be solved. And what are the actual hindrance factors that causes hindrances to the investments, and the government should focus on it, resolve those issues. And last but not least is there's an AX DX transition. So there's an AX transition we are investing greatly. So we shouldn't just focus on manufacturing sector just for the AX. The entire industry can go into AX. And why is all industry important because in the region, not just the manufacturing sector, but even other industries could go also with that so that we could create jobs for women as well, so then the regional policy can be successful. So this is my recommendations for the policies. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다. 오늘
Thank you very much. We are actually gleaning a lot of helpful information that can help the companies grow for real. So this is a time when we have to plan and design for our growth. I'm sure all the people who are in the audience who are interested in economic growth has learned a very precious information about how to grow their economy, and in that regard we are very thankful to Dr. Kim Mino from KDI. So we've heard from 3 speakers about how to fuel the new growth for Korea's economy. So the first speaker talked about innovation, resource allocation, and productivity. The second speaker, the twilight of fast follower innovation. Third presentation was about a paradigm shift in policy to support genuine corporate growth. Based on this presentation, we are going to have the first session of discussion. So as soon as we make arrangements on the stage, we are going to start the panel discussion. Thank you.
네, 이제 준비가
So now we are ready to start the panel discussion under the title of the present and future of innovation-led growth for Korea. I would like to ask for your understanding that Professor Kim Jin-il was not able to join us because of a urgent change in his schedule. So I would like to invite the moderator and discussants as well as speakers back on the stage. Please welcome them with a big hand. So we would like to invite the moderators, speakers, and discussants on the stage. The moderator, Professor Kang Sung-jin, is professor at Korea University and also the president of the Korean Economic Association. So I will now give the floor to moderator. Hello. I'm Kang Sung-jin from Economics Department at Korea University. I actually majored in economics growth, and Professor Paul Newman, also a Nobel Laureate, was my mentor. And it's been a long time since we've last had an in-depth discussion about economic growth. Economic growth is usually These days, we're talking about energy and as well as the institution. Today, we are talking about technology innovation. So, listening to the three speakers, in a nutshell, they were talking about why our innovation is not being reflected in our economic growth. And then, before we start the discussion, I would like to share several data. R&D, which is an R&D investment against GDP in 2024, was 5.14%, which is second in the world, only after Israel. In terms of absolute amount, it's more than 130 trillion won, which is fourth and fifth in the world. And when we look at the number of patents at WIPO, we have the fourth largest number of patents. But if we consider citation, we are at least 7th or 8th in the world. The direct output of these efforts, when it comes to innovation capacity, we are the best in the world. But why are these efforts not reflected in TFT? Why is our innovation ecosystem not functioning properly? So we only have 22 minutes of time, so we would like to hear from two discussants and then hear from three speakers. To save time, I would like to give only 7 or 8 minutes to each discussant. We would like to first ask Professor Cha Sang-gyun. Can I show my presentation slides?
일단 제가 오늘 하우드 교수님의 크리에이티브 디스트럭션
So, creative destruction. The presentation Professor Howitt made, every single word he said resonated with me. Creativity picked out, I heard, in early 40s, meaning that I'm not qualified to be here on the stage. But now we are in agentic AI era, and based on the experience we have built so far, people with experience can exercise creativity in this infrastructure enabled by AI. And let me talk about very important management scientist, Liftan from Silicon Valley. Do you know who Liftan is? Please give me a show of your hands if you know who he is. Liftan
인텔 CEO입니다.
is the CEO of Intel.
케이던스라는 회사
Before that, he was the chairman of Licaden. He used to run a venture capital company. He is similar to me in age, and we talked and shared some ideas and looked for ways to work together. And he said it's never too late.
그 사람이 이제 저하고 나이가 거의 같거든요.
And as I said, we are very close to each other in age. So in semiconductor industry,
그가 연세가 어떻게
Broadcom CEO, do you know how old he is?
폭탄이라는 분인데요.
Hoktan.
4세예요.
He's 74 years old.
그다음에 우리 TSMC
And TSMC founder,
이 모리스 창이라는
Maurice Chang,
TSMC가 어려졌을 때 다시 들어갔을 때
he
연세가 78세였어요.
came back to the company when he was 78 years old and revived TSMC to where it is now.
경제학자들의 모임에서 한 가지 우리가 빠진 키워드
In this panel discussion, we are missing one keyword, aging population. What are we going to do about that? In agentic AI, the aging population can continue to work. That's something that deserves further research. And I started a company in Silicon Valley, worked in the US, and then also I have some business in China and Germany.
국가들의 그 이노베이션 생태계
So I've had a chance to witness innovation ecosystem of multiple countries. Germany, I think we have nothing to learn from Germany because it's too rigid.
컨센서스 드리븐
It's strictly based on consensus. So which system wins now, comes out on top? Chinese weakness is that it's one-party system. They might have a great leader, and he orders everything, and they're great at catching up with what is visible, but they're not necessarily great at invisible. So who's great at invisible? The extreme capitalism in Silicon Valley. They have huge amount of money, and that's where all the talented people go, and that's where innovation is happening in Silicon Valley. I think this system will last longer than we expect. So in Palo Alto this week, I had met a venture capital company, Rickship Intelligence, who were in Google Alpha Chip project. As soon as they began their company, their valuation is $4 billion. And in October last year, they started the company, and their valuation was $4 billion, but they had only 10 people in the office. So 10 people have $4 billion. So just think about how amazing talents they're going to be able to recruit. So they're doing all the innovation. Well, as for any mismatch or misallocation of resources, well, everything is based on fairness in Korea. But when it comes to efficiency of capital allocation and speed and scale, we are lagging behind. So are we going to catch up with this advanced system, or are we going to work together with this system? As far as jobs are concerned, I've talked to an Apple engineer, and he said that he has $300 per day for using token. And all the consultants have left the company. This is a transitional phenomena. But you can design a chip with AI, and I'm also creating a company now. It's all about AI changing an enterprise. Whether it's a company, government, or school, the entire organization will change as a result. But this is an area no one has dared to study. When an organization changes, all the challenges that Korea faces can be resolved in one way or another with AI. Another strength that Korea has is as Professor Howitt has said, we need to surpass manufacturing industry, but we need to leverage manufacturing as a stepping stone. By introducing agentic architecture in manufacturing, the entire industry will be transformed. We only talk about physical AI or robots, but with that alone, we can never be China in terms of scale. So we need to tackle the organizational structure change of manufacturing enterprise, which is a new area. If we can invest in this new uncharted territory, our manufacturing industry will be more competitive, and our manufacturing industry can be like a plant-based model and be easily expanded across the world. That should be our path forward.
Thank you very much for your insight. So, the 40s is not the peak out, but all of us here, just as Professor An said, that this is a new beginning as a twilight. So in big two, we look at Germany and China, we look at policy and decision-making process. He talked about how we should go, what should we do, especially in the manufacturing sector. A new type of structural changes are required. The next, we will have Professor Yu. Hi, I am Ryu Kyung-ga, the emeritus professor. Just means that, I've been kicked out, just a position. So today, it's been a while. It reminds me that my days of the graduate school. I heard this great lecture. So in regards to the economic growth, I just want to share a few more insights. Economists always say that production is done by investment and labor. AI will create innovation, the accumulated factors, and there are remaining factors there. That's how we describe it in the field. But in the big picture now, we need to include AI as part of the accumulated factor of the productivity. If we do that, maybe we'll get a clear picture of the world. Because labor is not equal anymore. It's not homogeneous. So there's a low level labor, middle level labor, and they will be replaced by AI. And high level labor, it's a complementary. So it's not the same. So lower level labor, you get replaced, so it's the worst. But at the higher level, it's better than ever. So what it means is that these polarization will be even worsening. And with the growth, we need to establish the safety net for the society is no longer separated. And we need to, have sentiments, understanding of the younger people. After graduating university, no one takes them. Do you have experiences? Do you know this? But they never had a chance to build experience, right? They don't even get a chance to have an experience. So what this implies to our society is that, we have also the former dean of SNU. With the universities, our society and our education system has to be reformed. With the former framework in the coming future, we are the top 10 countries in the world, and we will no longer maintain this. In the kindergarten, in the public school systems, the way we educate people and the customs and the traditions that we have must change. Because the image of university is very similar to galleries. In galleries, we put the world top masterpieces, and people with different tastes come. The curator comes and explains what this masterpiece is. But if one gallery, a very stupid one, hires a curator draws his own piece. He just puts it on exhibition, and to the people who come and explain about his own piece, then they will fail. Isn't our universities like that stupid gallery? Because professors give their own lectures, they explain their own lectures. Their world-class professors are everywhere, but still they're sticking to their own lectures. And certain universities use AI, whether they wrote an answer in AI, and then professor blamed the student for using AI, but it should be the professor who should be blamed. Let me share my experience. So in 2016, I watched AlphaGo versus Lee Sedol Go game, and it was shocking to me. So I was also researcher as well as a dean. So we need to teach our elites about this. This is a shocking news. And I retired this February. And through bureaucracy, I don't think I will make any changes. So that's why, as a job training program, 9 years ago, I began this youth job training program. And 3 times a year, each time 45 students are gathered, not just SNU students, anyone. It's open to everyone. And we train these students, and great changes are occurring. Starting 2 years ago, what's the point of young people learning? There should be an entrepreneur to hire them. So as a sister program, as a counterpart, we open up this AI-based CEO program. And now we have 5 gigabyte lectures and classes. Let me give you the statistics. We take 30 students, but including the major companies and elite CEOs. 165 major elites have signed up. We chose 30 out of 165. We are training them. What changes are there? These venture companies, the startups, and these they apply what they've learned. And in 2026, during the Las Vegas CES, they have won the award, and afterwards they have obtained a lot of capital. So there's one online platform company. They use our AI and turn it into agent. So they have 10 times, increase their sales 10 times. They get, CJ Investments, 2 billion Korean won and 10 billion Korean won. So I won't name this company. There was one very rich, person. This rich person, he was 74 years old, and he learned 6 months, and then he gave his final presentation. 6 projects are ongoing in that group. So through very specific restructuring of the plant, they are running, new business on a specific field. So just as such, changes are fast. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because, we say sovereign AI. Sovereign, it touches patriotism, it touches the, citizen sentiment. We'll go as a, top 3 AI country, 1, 2, 3. This is ordinal. It's ordinal measure, not cardinal measure. 3 sounds like 2, soon it will become 1. So if we talk about this cardinality, the gap between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 is very big. So through this, development process, we shouldn't fall behind on a national level, but that itself is not enough. As I mentioned before, we need to have a backup of the demand side to supply, to incorporate the supply. So that's how Korea grew. That was our founding ground. We brought in the most advanced technology into our manufacturing sector to become. So we already have a proven track record how we have become an advanced nation. So in here, we need to invest in this. We need to make it be a pillar that holds up one of the pillar of the sovereign AI. One last thing, from the 3 presentations, especially from the last presentation it was mentioned, for each department and teams, if we don't check what they do, then it is a waste of budget. Our department, our division is doing well. Give us more people, give us more organization. If we don't keep that in check, there is a chance that our taxes will be wasted. So there are data of different departments. We have a list of 7 million companies, and all the lists are there. We should attach all the department data to see which departments are doing well, which departments are not doing well. So for if it's environmental energy issue, so then, who is not emitting CO2, or in hiring people, are we lowering the CO2? So we can do the cross checks. So we can do it. We're not doing it. Thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Liu. So AI is related to the education system, and that's how labor will participate, and we will need a social safety net. He has emphasized the importance of changing the education system. So we have heard from 2 discussants, and the discussants haven't asked a question to the speakers. So we would like to open the floor to the audience. If you have any question to the speakers or discussants, please feel free to raise your hand. Yes.
발표와 토론 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for the presentations and discussion.
노벨 문학상 노벨상 받은 그분한테 질문을 내는데
I was planning to ask this question to Professor Howitt. I'm Kim Young-ik from Korea Deutsches Research Institute. The trap of a middle-income country, I think that's the biggest issue that we face.
한국의 가장 취약점이 금융
The biggest weakness of Korea
그런 부분에서
is
굉장히 빠져 있습니다. 우리가
the financial industry.
급하게 될 부분이 뭐냐면은 바로 금융 부분.
The financial sector is the area that needs creative innovation most urgently. Without innovation in the financial sector, we will never grow our economy. And many countries, foreign investors come to Korea initially interested in the Korean financial industry, but they never come back. They went to Hong Kong, but Hong Kong collapsed, and they went to Singapore, but it is breaking down. So we have to study what we need to do to resolve this lack of innovation in our financial sector? So anyone can answer the question. We have one more question from the audience.
한 분 더 계셨던 거.
I think there was one more person. Hello, I am from Sangak University. I'm a economics major. So I want to ask you this: with the current industry structure, so about 3 or 4 years ago, I listened to the economic growth class. So U.S. structure, labor-intensive industries will be, sent outside, and service focused on, and IT and high value-added industries are being focused within the U.S. So I thought that was the answer. But right now, manufacturing, security, defense, supply chain, the importance of the manufacturing has gone up. So from the, what should be our economy's direction? So there was a economic innovation, also industrial innovation. Is there anyone who wants to answer first? So if you could quickly, briefly answer. So especially venture capital part, I think we are very vulnerable in the venture capital area, especially government-led. Currently, it's government-led venture capital, so we need to restructure it. We need to follow the same scheme as the overseas. So we need to mix the public and private. And especially, it's not just about the matter of the capital, it's a matter of culture. So how are we going to transform the corporate cultures? I think AI could provide help in that area. What was the second question? Industrial reform. So we integrate AI into the manufacturing, so we need to do the plant engineering. So then we can push out our manufacturing style to the world. So in this sense, in this free world, we are at a very unique position. Thank you very much.
네, 첫 번째
So I agree with the first question. I've done a study tour with my students several years ago in the Netherlands, and ABN AMRO, which is a bank, was very open to meeting our students. They have minus interest rates, and they invest in innovative companies to create interest. So all the innovative companies are using banks' money. In Korea, we say we are vulnerable in CVC and financial sector lacks in innovation, but China is already using data as a collateral. And regarding industrial structure, we have Max that combines manufacturing with data, but everything boils down to services. But Korea is so oriented towards manufacturing. We have very limited support for service industry.
We're out of time, so I'm not going to summarize what was said. So everyone discussed their comments and presentations, so I'm sure you all understand. One last thing that I want to say is that this innovation is not just about technology or energy. Just as discussed and mentioned, it could be education, it could be policy. Going further, it's the innovation of our thoughts. So semi-global Robinson professors gathered and they said inclusive system. So the systematic changes are related to innovation ecosystem. So we do have the great infrastructure, but the result has to go into creativity, to the changes of the economy. So eventually, we need to have innovative thoughts to lead to changes. So we talked about economy, we talked about education, we talked about industrial structure, we talked about regional balances. So eventually, under the word of innovation, all of this could be solved. So I think we should wrap it up here. So 3 presenters and 2 discussants, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다.
Thank you for sharing your insights from various policy perspectives. So we have concluded the first session, panel discussion. We would like to have a coffee break for about 10 minutes and then move on to the next session. So please be seated in 10 minutes. We have coffee and some finger food outside in the lobby. Please see you in 10 minutes.
네, 잠시 안내드리겠습니다.
I'd like to make an announcement. Now we will begin the second session with the panelists. For those of you outside, please enter the venue and please be seated. Soon we will begin our session 2. Please step in and please be seated. And for those of you within the venue, please make sure your phones are silent. Thank you very much.
네,
Hello everyone, did you have a good break? Now we will begin session 2, a direction for structural reforms to foster innovation-led growth. So with the keynote speech and the presentation discussions will be shared here to shift the economic paradigm to reignite the growth from the policy perspective. And especially there are hindrances, policy and structural hindrances that hinders growth, and we need to look at key policy area and directions will be discussed together with the panelists here. So Im Ki-kun, the Vice Minister of the Planning and Budget, could not make it, so we will have the replacement from the Division of the Future Budget Department. Now, for the discussion, let's welcome the panelists and the moderator. Please come up to the stage. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
네, 오늘
So we will discuss the different directions for the economic growth, and these panelists made time out of their busy schedules to share their discussions. And the moderator is Kim Se-jik, the president of KDI. So I'll pass the mic to the president. Hello, thank you very much. Hello, this is the last session for today. I'm the moderator. I'm Kim Se-jik, the president of KDI. So in this session, we'll talk about the theme of this conference, the shifting the economic paradigm to reignite the economy. So we'll talk about directions for structural reform to foster innovation-led growth. So before we actually begin the discussion, let me introduce the panelists who share their comments. So let me start off with the person on the left. And we have Vice Chair Kim Sung-sik of the National Economy Advisory Council. Then we have Lee Hyung-hil, the first Vice Minister of the Ministry of Finance and Economy. And originally, we invited Im Gi-geun, the Vice Minister. However, just as the MC has announced, due to his unavoidable schedule, he could not make it. So we have Kang Yong-gyu, the head of the Future Strategy Department. And last but not least, we have the former dean, as well as the chair of the NRC Future Strategy Committee, Mr. Oh Se-jung. So the four people that are here with us, policy and national strategy, they have the longest experience and insight. So we hope to have very meaningful discussions. So to our four panelists, let me share the common question. The common question is, so our economy, every 5 years, 1 percentage point has went down. So in this long-term trend, we have seen this trend. Now we're close to 0% growth. In the past, the old structure that led our economy should not be reformed. It can no longer provide sustainable growth. Rather, it is a hindrance that hinders growth. So in this session, for the past 30 years, the growth trend should be reversed so that we will have a leap into the future. So we would like to have the discussion on direction based on this background. We need to fundamentally change the directions of our economy. So what are the key tasks that we should focus on in order to have the actual outputs? What should be our new approach, or do you think we need a new paradigm? This is the common question. So to this, our Vice Chair, Kim Sung-sik, could you share your insights? Hi. So yesterday I went home early, and I thought this conference would be very important. So I sat before my computer. I, worked on what to discuss. So instead of speaking out of pattern, I just want to talk about what I've organized and my thoughts that are written down. So I'm just gonna kind of read off of this paper. So if we talk about growth, it used to be income-based, technology-based. We try to define with just one word. When we say structural reform, structural innovation, so it may seem very, clear terms, but in a way, it's a very one-sided, one-dimensional discussion. So first of all, it's very obvious, but the basic direction is very important. And number one, as everyone knows, that it's a private-led innovation, and the second one is the government-led social investment. So human resources and the safety net of the society. Number three, in this economic security, we need to secure our position as irreplaceable country that become a strategic country so that we won't get bullied by stronger countries. Number four, so in order to resolve this, I think next part is the part that could resolve all of this. In this great transition period, instead of the short-term, meeting strategies, we need to have innovation in all areas. We need to have flexible transitions, and based on that, we need to have outcomes and compensate. So we need to accumulate and reform our systems and policy. And just as Professor Ahn mentioned, there is a systems of flexibility. So that's what I want to talk about. And also there is a hindrance to innovation, and these old habits are just building up. So it's not just a failure of policy. The follow-up policy will be bound by that. It will lose itself the flexibility. It will be a loophole. And I think this is the essence of what's been happening. And there's also, redistribution and growth issue. We should not mix logic. Growth is a separate sector. Distribution is a distributions different factor. So we need to package them differently. And we are exposed to global competition. And private is much more smarter. So we need to this bureaucratic guidance, regulations. We need to change our thoughts. Just as Mr. Kim Min-ho has pointed out, bureaucratically, doing PRs and fostering, we need to overcome all of that. Especially in this fusional national projects are getting bigger and there are more of it. So we need to resolve the siloed work style of departments. It's not just an average issue. You know, in the back, in the past, we were just changing one department, but now in this era of AI, it is a very big problem. So it's not if we silo each department instead of collaborating, all of this burden will go to our citizens. So the role of the government is to, in regards to the science and technology infrastructure, we need to establish that, and we need to enhance the human resources. The school education and after-school education must be, transformed, and we must have flexibility in the labor market, and we must also have the safety net of the society so that we would have the consensus of the people. And we need to have strategy for the economic security, and we need to enhance the capability. So focusing on these areas, we need to restructure them. And the industrial policy is becoming more important, but the how we do it should be changed. So that's why, all of them, the three presenters before, Kim Min-ho, Professor Anjuma, Shin Yong-seok, they all talked about it. And one thing to add on is that if we look at the Hormuz incident, this energy security, we don't have the structural strategy to resolve this issue, this public data. We talk about AI, but how are we going to leave our public data like this? SME, AX, if we support it, if you look at it just by a little bit, you know what they need. So we're only competing amongst the departments. As for the job for the youth, for about 3 years, we need to have very strict, very urgent measures. I'm not going to go into it. And we need to rethink about the efficiency of the budget usage. So in big frameworks, the system and infrastructure must be very business friendly, and we need to evaluate the performance based on their flexibility, and the role of the government should change. I think this is the key important part. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those insightful words. To reverse the growth trend, we should move beyond stopgap measures. We need to fundamentally transform our institutions and suggested various ways to do that. Now, I would like to give the microphone to First Vice Minister Lee Hyung-il of the Ministry of Economy and Finance. I'm so pleased and honored to be invited to this wonderful panel discussion. I would like to thank the organizers. And the previous discussant has made a lot of helpful comments, and President Kim Se-jik of KDI visited the Ministry of Economy and Finance several years ago, and he said that whenever the administration changes in 5 years, Korea loses 1% of its growth rate. And I remember him giving us a stern warning, and he pointed out that ideas should be nurtured and registered properly, and the rewards from that idea should be given to those who come up with new ideas. And for that, we work together with the patent office. So our potential growth rate is still going down, and I think his stern warning still remains valid today. Even though our potential growth rate is going down, I don't think that is our destiny. We can surely reverse this trend. But what do we have to do What do we have to do to reverse that? Potential growth rate is made up of 3 inputs: labor, capital, labor input is actually declining, and our economic 16 million people will be economically active, so the population is definitely shrinking. And for that, we are encouraging elderly people and women to be economically active, and also encourage the talent from abroad to come to Korea, and also try to increase our birth rate. But still, they are not sufficient to reverse the growth trend. So the only thing that remains to be handled is capital and TFT. TFT and capital input, up until now, we've tried to tackle them separately. But from 2016, the US has been losing the growth potential, but it has rebounded recently, and they have increased the contribution of capital input, and with some time lag, it has increased the TFT. That's when digital transformation and IT investment increased rapidly. That has created a virtuous cycle. So instead of only thinking about TFT, we need to expand capital that can create a virtuous cycle that increases TFT. In this AI era, we need to monitor the various factors in the market and try to reverse the potential growth rate. I'm sure we will have a great opportunity to do that. So depending on how we go through this difficult period, our potential growth rate can change. So we need to be bold in making investment in R&D and talents. These new technologies will eventually increase our TFT. And companies should also make investment for technology transformation. And Professor Peter Howitt's theory of creative destruction, I'm sure, very much supports this path. Through structural reform, we need to increase TFT, and for that we need to increase the capital. But we've had separate paths, but now we have to combine them and call them investment-oriented growth model. And where should we invest? It's AI transformation. It's an opportunity we should never miss to increase TFT. We are not just nurturing AI industry, but other manufacturing, service, financial, healthcare, public sector, all of these productivity can be enhanced. So AI strategy shouldn't just target any specific industry or country. Everything should be changed together. Second, we need green transformation, GX. It's becoming a reality. We have been preparing for GX since the beginning of this administration, and we are creating something called KGX. I've also met with a private company today to talk about how to accelerate GX in Korea. Well, other countries are already competing on GX. So we need to step on the gas, and private sector shouldn't just see this as additional cost, but rather as a growth opportunity. As we went through the Iranian war, Pakistan is already using a lot of solar power, so they were not hit hard because of the oil shock. But other countries suffered greatly because of this oil crisis. So this is an imminent reality. Energy industry must be transformed so that it can also contribute to increasing TFT. And supply chain is also essential. We are no longer in a crisis management mode. It's becoming a part of our growth strategy. Energy and critical mineral must be managed in a way and must have proactive investment because it will have a tremendous impact on our growth potential. And the government has a very important role to play here. Whether it's finance, physical, or regulatory reform, we need to design them in a way to improve future productivity. For tax incentives, we need to move beyond merely stimulating the economy. We need to design a new economic future. Finance shouldn't just support the real estate, which is less productive. The finance should invest more on productive area. And through new technology and new business models, Korea should be ready to take another big leap. To sum up, Korea is going through a very difficult transformation now, but at the same time, a big window of opportunity is opening in front of us. We have so many AI semiconductor companies, and we are strong across all manufacturing sectors. And the Korean government is very agile in walking the talk. So we have to do our best to turn this negative trend into a positive trend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our Vice Minister discussed how, government views the importance of the economic paradigm shift, and government is attempting different methods and approaches to implement this. So, I agree with him. I support his efforts. Next, we will have Kang Hyung-gyu, the head from the team. So our Ministry of Planning and Budget was established this year. So we separated out. Our first mission was for the future mid and long-term strategy was our mission. So in preparation of that, so the Ministry of Planning and Budget, the structural issues, we have pointed out 5. I mean, there could be more, but we have pointed out 5 issues. So it could be, we talked about GX, but AI, this industry transformation is there. Polarization is worsening. There is a local extinction, low population, low fertility. These are the issues that we are faced with. So these issues, in order to solve them, so we are developing mid and long-term strategy, and it's a structural issue. So it cannot be solved with a short-term measure. So short-term, mid-term, long-term approaches should be applied to fundamentally resolve those issues. So as we establish this national strategy, we find the structural issues. It's not just resolving these issues, but responding and resolving in this process. It should help us grow. So that is how we should reform the policy. And we're trying to pull forward in a new direction. So we are doubling down to achieve that goal. And then this work just began. So in regards to the rethinking of the potentials of potential growth, so I don't think I can give realistic directions. We are still discussing. But recently I met young doctors, and they said that when it comes to growth, the biggest problem is the bottleneck. For example, AI, it's not just GPU. There should be power. In order to have power, you need to have cables, infrastructure, infrastructure facilities that connects them, whether it's work water. So in connection of all this, what decides the growth factor is the biggest bottleneck area. So if you have a bottleneck that could reduce the growth, so resolving those bottleneck areas will be structurally important. And including all that, we are trying to find strategies that could contribute to the potential growth rate. And we will soon find those answers. And there's a future business and strategy, and we're also in charge of budgets. So I'd like to touch upon the budget area as well. So as you're well aware, we were hoping, our department is praying for our potential growth rate to grow. So compared to GDP, those numbers, compared to GDP, what are the factors? That's how we're being, evaluated. So if we have the right potential growth rate, and if it actually leads to realistic actual growth rate, so then we would have more room and enhancements to do with our budgets. And in this growth rate, the R&D and different departments, there are roles that the nation has to do. So the nation has to invest heavily. But not just in that, we need to also consider sustainability. So that is why we look at expenditure. We try to have efficiency in our expenditure. So our recent announcement is that for capability expenditure and for fixed mandated expenditure, we gave then guideline of 15% and 10%. So the financial business-wise, it's not just cutting down the budgets, just by looking at it, redesigning it with lesser money. How can we have more effect? So it's a way for us to rethink, and with the resources that we get from that, we can reconsider, potential growth rate like KGX. So in this sense, I think for us, so we're not cutting budgets, regardless of financial budgets. The delivery method of services that's given to our citizens, if we change that fundamentally, then indirectly it would have more impacts. And we are having a view from the overall view of the expenditure and budget. As we run businesses and projects, what is moving will continue to move. Incrementally it will move on. But we have completely reorganized this year. So if we leave that up to each department, then they will get very generalized. So we wanted to get objective evaluation from a third party, external party. So that soon, in May, we will get a result of that, and it will be reported to the president as well. So it might be painful, but our financial projects, we need to level up our value, and with the higher values, we should reinvest again. Thank you very much.
합니다.
Thank you. So we've also heard from the Ministry of Strategy and Finance. They are looking for a long-term plan or policies to enhance real growth rate. Thank you very much, Vice Minister Lim. Now we would like to invite former President Oh Se-jung from Seoul National University. Well, I've actually learned a lot today. And each country has a lot of problems of their own. The government, organizations. So we have to keep on resolving several important issues. Our growth rate has been going down for some time. And in the United States, in 10 years, top 10 market cap companies change. Newcomers come into the list, but in Korea, they rarely change. And that is why our growth rate is weakening. So for creative destruction, we need to make efforts to introduce creative growth. or creative destruction in Korea. And we know what we need to do. We have to reform our regulations first and foremost. If we try to introduce 100 unicorns in Korea, 50 of them will go belly up because of excessive regulation. And we talked about this many times with the government, but they rarely led to anything. So whether it's telehealth or mobility, we have the capacity to lead in telehealth, but we cannot do it because of the regulations over clinical trials. We need to get rid of these regulatory barriers. And K-pop got me thinking. When I was the president of SNU, we often heard people saying that K-pop is going to be a very important cultural asset for Korea, and SNU has had no contribution to K-pop. But I told them Bang Si-hyuk, Lee Soo-man are the alumni from SNU. But they also pointed out that when they were in college, SNU did nothing for them. So what SNU did was we just allow these genius people to talk to other people on our campus. But because of this excessive regulation, I'm afraid that we have very limited opportunities. So we are doing positive regulation, so we need to move away from it. And then second thing is we need a new technology. That means, well, there are national R&D projects that we are carrying out, and there is a lot of money going into national R&D but producing not much results. How come we do not have much results? Because of excessive regulation. If you don't succeed, the researcher will be buried in our society. So they don't dare to propose a project that are not guaranteed success. DARPA only has 20% success rate. When I was the president of ISB, I talked to Israeli people, and their success rate, if it goes over 40%, they say the project was designed wrong. They're looking for projects that are not likely to succeed. That was what the government was supposed to do, because private sector will support the projects that are likely to succeed. So how come we cannot do that in Korea? Whenever we have a failure, that leads to another regulation, and regulation becomes really strict and rigid. So people cannot dare to try things that are not guaranteed to succeed. But that regulation remains unchanged. We've been talking about this for 20 years, and no improvement has taken place. The third problem is educational reform. Creative destruction must be achieved by people and the students in university. They need to think in a different way, different from conventional wisdom. But in college entrance SAT, if you pick an answer that goes against the conventional wisdom, you will be wrong. But creative destruction is all about having different way of thinking. And we are telling our students that you shouldn't think differently. And they will not change their way of thinking even in college. They will just take the answers told to them by their teachers, not daring to have different way of thinking. How can these students can engage themselves in creative destruction? I pointed out the problem 20 years ago, and everybody agrees with me that we need to reform our educational system, but nothing has happened. Everybody's on board with these ideas, but which administration would be truly dedicated to achieving this over a long period of time. So I think it is obvious that we have every reason to see our growth rate decline. We need to have a long-term commitment to achieving these reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Dean, you said you're not an economist, but you're here. But we wanted you to, talk about the educational reform, and you did. Thank you very much for that. So this time, our top experts are gathered here, our panelists. So I would like to focus on your expertise area and your experience. I want to ask specific questions. So this question, due to time constraints, if you could limit yourself to 5 minutes, it would be much appreciated. So first, I'd like to ask Kim Sung-sik, our vice chair. So we had, degrowth of the economy, and this is a structural issue. And with this policy reforms, we never had a full attempt. So as you have experienced both the government and the National Assembly, in order to resolve this issue, what are the hindrances, the fundamental factors that's been hindering us are doing systematic reforms? In order to overcome this, in order to structural innovation, what is the social consensus project that we should have? What do you think is the role of the leaders of our society? So, of the people who are gathered here, are there any one of you who are deeply into the politics? As I was part of politics, as in a way of repentance, I kind of wrote down my thoughts. So I will base my comments based on this. So I think when things don't work out really well, that really comes down to politics. This party-based politics, this control, power-based politics. So these, through negotiations and compromises, we have innovations, but that's what we missed out. In the middle of that, the populism became very prevalent, and also the knowledge society began to follow this bandwagon. And this SNS era, there's infodemic, echo chamber. So it makes it difficult to have the social consensus, and that's what causes problem with the policy. And in 1997, we have Asian economic crisis. It was a rapid, illness that came to us. So we were ready to receive reforms, and the labor and company negotiations was accepted, but it's a chronic illness now. So if I blatantly, frankly speaking, innovate yourself, not mine. That's what people are saying. So with this social environment, we cannot have real, innovations, and only then we can have the structural reform. So it is a serious issue. And also U.S.-Sino conflicts I think we were stuck in a 5-year stagnant phase of the manufacturing, but we finally got a room to breathe. And we have a 1-year window to innovate further, because a year later, then we go to the general presidential election. So we have the 5-year to breathe and 1-year window. So with this time scope in mind, the governmental bodies and organizations should work together, have integrated solutions, and also how to do plans should be established. So if I speak out of worries, if politics gets messy, then operations will be done, and also Deputy Prime Minister, who was in charge of that reforms, he says that politics is the economy, economy is the politics. So I think we need to turn away from the illegal, the incidents that has occurred recently, and also the incumbent party after the regional elections. If we go to a very blatant party-based conflicts, then even this paradigm shift that we're working hard might go to nothing. So we have a 1 year window, so we need to strictly lead the structural reforms and doing innovations and labor flexibility, investing in our resources and in human resources. We shouldn't have any blind spots. We need to have the right resource allocations. These are very complex solutions. It doesn't really work if we go it all separately. In order to do this, the opposing party and the incumbent party must work together. So in this era, we call social consensus for everything. We always say we should have social agreement, social consensus. But I think a little bit this is hypocritical. So I'm just reflecting on myself. So when we say social agreement, right now it's survive on your own. But the politics should be the starting point and open up chance to collaborate. Only then we will have social agreement. Unless we don't do that, then interested party will have fiercer competitions. So politics and the government bodies will reflect on their own performances, face their problems, give solutions to help the citizens. In this sense, right now, this community of the survival of the fittest, sometimes it works. This full stack capacity, we have great potentials as a country and nation, but we need to go beyond, survive on your own. We need to collaborate. We need to build up together, and our innovation issues and our structural reform issues must be considered all together. So I just want to point out one historical fact. So the Bismarck, the representative conservative, was the designer of the social structures, and Theodore Roosevelt was the one who led reforms of the anti-monopoly, and also Hart's reform was done by the opposing party members. And this neo-free politics were led by the conservatives. So conservatives will focus on freedom, and the liberals, as they lead the conservative movement, only when they did the opposite ways, they have successfully led the historic changes. So, and when we have the tool to collaborate, a platform to collaborate, then we can have the frameworks and infrastructure for the social agreements. But if we have lesser room, all of these historic lessons, we should be reminded of these lessons. We need to have agreement. We need to have momentum together. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
정치 경험하신 분으로서
As a former politician, he said that he felt like writing a note of self-reflection. And next, I would like to ask the question to Vice Minister Lee.
자치를 증가시키는 진짜 성장 목표를 제시하고
The new administration is really planning to enhance the real growth rate and has proposed 3 countermeasures. And it is emphasizing the importance of another big leap in the Korean economy, and is a control tower for all economic policies of the Korean government. In order to accelerate real growth, what should be the role of the private sector and the public sector, and public sector's policy? What kind of conditions must be met for public sector policies to have the intended impact on the private sector? We are not planning to increase the annual growth rate. What we are trying to do is improve our real growth potential. And how should private sector and public sector work together? To say the obvious, we believe that the growth potential comes from the private sector. Companies and the employees and workers, Korean citizens, would have to work together to make that happen. Since 2000, our average GDP growth rate was 3.7%, and 90% of that came from the private sector. That means the government cannot grow on behalf of the private sector, and private sector is taking the center stage in growth rate. So what should the government do? Well, there could be two major roles for the government. First, to support private sector in the global stage, we need to create a level playing field for the private sector to compete in. We need to create a safe fence for companies to compete in. In the past, the government used to take care of the failures, but now, in the midst of a war between superpowers, we need to create a playground for private sector. Protectionism in trade, and also in the wake of the Iranian war, energy critical raw resources, we realize that individual companies cannot resolve these issues alone. Only the public sector and the government could take care of these issues. So this is geo-economics era. So we need to think about which government we are going to work with and to which supply chain that the company needs to be incorporated into. And the public sector should provide political support to the companies to share the risks. A long time ago, the government decided everything. And at a certain point in time, the government left things pretty much to the market, but now we are seeing very steep technology competition in which only the winner survives. So to have the competitive technology, the country or the government should strategically support the growth of strategic industries. So all in all, the growth should be led by the private sector with the strategic support of the government. Your second question was about what kind of conditions should be met for public policies to work properly. I think we need three conditions. First, direction. Second, timing. Third, the intensity. First, the government must decide the direction of transformation. Like AI transformation and super innovation, supply chain, these are areas where the government should propose and present a very clear direction so that companies can invest for those directions. If the government's direction is not clear, it's going to lead to delay in the investment. So the government should present a clear direction by collaborating with the private sector and the researchers. Second, timing. Even the best policies will not be effective if it misses the right timing. Same thing applies for the investment. If the investment is not made in time, the companies will lose the market forever. So AI, infrastructure, the global players are competing fiercely over this. So the companies should be allowed to make timely investment, and the government should be ready to provide one-stop services so that companies does not miss the timing. Third would be intensity. The government should provide the right level of support for companies to move in the right direction. There are investment long-term horizon investment with a lot of risks. The government, with the short-term investment trend, cannot meet this requirement. So for National Growth Fund and Sovereign Wealth Fund that we are preparing should be used in a way to provide sufficient support for the Korean companies so that they can feel rest assured to follow the direction of the government. But I think these are necessary conditions. There should be one more condition to make things sufficient. The private sector should be able to trust the public sector. And to build the trust, we need to work together and wrap up things together. As a control tower, the Ministry of Strategy and Finance will put our money where our mouth is. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much. So this is the Ministry of Finance and Economy's view on the role of the government and the public sector. Next, Mr. Kang. So let me give you the question. For the past 20, 30 years, Korea focused on R&D investment, and we have raised to our ranking number 1 and 2, and our budget has been 3 trillion Korean won. But there wasn't enough technological innovations that would reverse the growth. And one reason is that in order to have a new technology, the absolute necessary is the investment on the new ideas, but there was no budget or investments for that. So the government, compensating for ideas or investing into the ideas was close to zero. With the limit, going away from our past habits, we need to focus on the new ideas and R&Ds. So we need a paradigm shift. So what is your view on the paradigm shift? So R&D expenditure has increased. So it's one of the key factors in growth. So we have increased our R&D expenditure, and then the government budget got bigger. So we are ranked number 5 in R&D expenditure. Compared to GDP, we are number 2. So the fundamental problem is that it's the system of the budget system. So budgets should put departments responsible, giving them liability for the budgets that they have used. So it's sent to the Ministry of Science, Ministry of SMEs, all the different ministries, and the ownership is different by each ministry. But as you know, the world is a world of fusion, and new technologies are difficult to predict ahead. So for each, budgets, with the old budget system, we have divided these budgets. So it's difficult to approach those new technological areas with this old budget system. And also, these new ideas are suggested by the government, and it is difficult to do. So what the current government view is that, after sharing our views with the experts, so we should put out a mission or a national task. We should set that up, and we should resolve those tasks or missions, and that should be our R&D budget approach. So we should change our budget system. So that's what we're discussing with the Ministry of Science and Technology. And as we go down that path, these fusion tasks will be addressed. And a lot of tasks are, Professor Oh also mentioned that we shouldn't just choose, easy tasks to have a higher success rate. But the reason why we chose easy tasks is because we couldn't fail. Well, we need to change the culture where we're acceptable of failures. And on R&D itself, one of the key points is that the people who actually conduct R&D are also an important factor too. So we need to also change the system of fostering talent for R&D. And what I hear from the experts is that one of our vulnerable points is that, so there is a R&D new tech development sector. But in order to be applicable in the real world and to the real industry, there is R&D in moving into the actual applications, but there's also not enough capability in putting technology into the real world. So we need to work together. We need to restructure the R&D budget. We are working to restructure it. So please wait for us.
감사합니다. 혁신 성장 가장 중요한 요소 중에 하나예요.
R&D budget is really important for innovative growth. And thank you for your comment. Last but not least, we would like to hear from former president of SNU, Oh Se-jung. So the foundation for innovative growth is in talent and intelligence ecosystem. We need talents who can come up with innovative ideas, but the current education system is based on imitation model. To nurture talents who have creative ideas, how should our elementary to university should be reformed? And to overcome bipolarization in education, what kind of reforms do you think we need? I've been in the field of education for 35 years, and then when I became the professor of SNU, education at that time, and if I compare that with education now, I'm skeptical that today's education system is any better than the previous one. And we really need to do some serious self-reflection. I might have to write a book about how to change the Korean education system. And Professor Lucas, Jeffrey Sachs, they all said that Korean education has made a lot of contribution to the Korean economic growth. But these days, all the students have lost drive for studying, and companies complain that the new employees are not really enthusiastic about their work. That means education is not doing its job. And people don't have children because they all say that I cannot get married because houses are too expensive and it takes a fortune to educate children. So education used to be the power behind the Korean economy, but it is becoming a burden that drags down our economy. We are great at teaching given facts and information to students that used to work until now. But now we need creative talents who are capable of making innovative ideas. And we don't teach our students to have creative way of thinking. And evaluation plays a key role on how the education system is changed. And we evaluate students based on multiple choices. They are supposed to pick the right answer. They don't need to think. That's how we have been educating our students. So we need to focus on creativity, development, and evaluate students based on how creative they are thinking. So far, we have failed to do that because even though every education experts think we need to change in that direction, but how come the reality is not catching up? Because of the college entrance. Colleges still ask students to solve multiple choice questions. The challenge here is we need to change the college entrance system, but it's very difficult to change that system. It's not because education specialists were foolish. It's because Korean people want fairness and equity. Because college entrance will determine the level of class and income the young students will have throughout their life. So one college entrance will determine the kind of life you're going to live. And that is why the college entrance has become what it is now.
그러니까 그런 것을 저는 서울대 어린이가 참 괜찮은 정책을 생각해요. 다만 그거를 굉장히
So we need to find an efficient way of selecting students. Second, here is we need to change the way of evaluating students for college entrance, and we should let our students think differently. If we can't do that, education reform will never work. And to make that happen, just like politics, education specialists alone cannot pull this through. Japan tried to change their system but failed because of lack of social consensus. Social consensus is critical. So as we try to reform our education system, we need to explain why we need this and build social consensus. We shouldn't rely on stopgap measures. We need fundamental change and convince the people of the need to do that.
Thank you very much for your insights. So it's a hot potato, this, college entrance test system. So now we have passed our time, but at least one person from the floor, could you ask any questions? Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Okay, we have a gentleman here, up here. Yes. Could you give him a mic? We have, great panelists here. Thank you for your insights. You are most, experienced experts. So I'm a, government worker and at the university. I'm giving lecture about China, especially about, economy, and we have experts from economy. I would like to add these questions. So as a result, in order to have the economic growth, then economic growth players, the business entities and government, they have to do well. In order to do well, then the government must set up the policies well enough so that the companies would follow. Or are they going to follow more? Or are we going to support the companies more so that the companies will lead the economy? So in the past, the government is the third tier, companies are first tier, there are things like this. So in regards to this, there's also, labor union issues. One company have profits and and then the labor union said, give us the 20% of the profits as a dividend. But the government should work with companies so that they would have more investment, so that they would have more exports, or you're going to maintain as a status quo so that you would make the companies distribute the profits to the people. So thank you very much. You gave us 2 questions, but due to time constraints, would it be okay if we only answer one? So please, our Vice Minister of Ministry of Planning and Budget. Or no, Vice Minister of Finance and Economy. So the role of the government in company was the question. It's a very important and meaningful question. In my perspective, as I mentioned before, I think the private role is more important. And private companies should operate well. And if they push and lead, then we will build, protective fences. We help the companies. We actively support these private sectors so that they would do better. So I think that is the role of the government from my perspective. And especially in regards to labor union, government is willing to actively support. So I mean, we are running out of time, but we want to help the discussion between the company and the labor union. And so we are running out of time. We have passed over time, so I think it would be best to end this panel session here and now. So we are joined by experts from the government and the academia. So it was an honor to have this meaningful and insightful discussion with our panelists here. And through these discussions we have reaffirmed that Republic of Korea must reverse the economic trends. That's our number one priority task. That is the consensus of the academia and our government. That is a area that every experts agree. And also, in order to do this, we must copy and now turn into create. From copy to innovate. So we need to have innovative growth. So I think we have a consensus in that as well. And how, in which specific way, in which specific policy, how we're going to have innovative growth. These are the discussions and ideas that we have shared. So going forward, including KDI, with our government, with our private sector, we will all collaborate together so that we will have great innovative growth strategies, so that we will implement it to our country, so that in a short amount of time, just as our vice minister has mentioned, or chairman mentioned, that we have a one-year window. So we need to quickly work on this. We need to reverse this economic growth trend. I hope we create that momentum. I hope this conference served as a venue to create a new opportunity, a new milestone for the reverse of the economic trends. So with this, I will end this panel session here and now. So all the panelists, they gave their insights. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다.
Thank you. That was a great conference. I would like to thank the moderator, KDI President Kim Se-jik.
실질적인 효과가 있는
So for effective economic policies, thank you for your great advice, everybody, moderator and the panelists. I would like to also thank all of our audience for your patience. I'm sure today's discussion will pave the way for another big leap in the Korean economic growth. So we would like to conclude the conference with Nobel Laureate Professor Peter Howitt. Thank you very much.